All right, I think we're live. I will tune in just to make sure. But Jaffe, good to see you.
It is good to see you as well. I am going to mute my phone so we can talk. Yeah, you too.
Okay, I can hear everything. Everything's good. I
All right, are
think.
we live? Are we off to
Uh
the races?
yeah, we're live. I Why can I hear you? Where else are you coming from? Oh, over here. Okay. Cool. I got you. Good to see you. Happy Monday.
Yeah, you as well. I'm not going to look at the chat for a while because I like the title of this stream. Stop yelling at Jaffe, which was
Yeah,
really nice.
I just like stupid titles like
No,
that.
it was a good title because
Thanks.
everybody is. I mean,
I
I'll tell you, I went to the I've taken the steps to reclaim my peace of mind. Not that it was that bad, but
yeah.
I went to Twitter and I realized I've known this forever, but I I didn't want to get rid of Twitter because I have like 70 plus thousand followers over there and it's
Mm,
good for the channel. So what I started doing is I'm just like, there's so many bots and so many people who are not bots that are just, I don't like. So I just started setting it whenever I post something now, you you can like it, but unless I mention your name, you can't respond. Right. So it's like a one-way thing now for
right.
me, which is I've only been doing it for 2 days. It's so much nicer. And then I figure I'm like, look, if you really want to have a conversation with me, you can come over to YouTube and do it in the comments. And it's been really nice because like even this guy I totally disagreed with on the whole no disc, no buy thing. Last night he came over there and instead of being limited to just this crazy Twitter rule that we've just gotten to accept, uh, we had like a 15 thread conversation. And what started out as very kind of, aggressively hateful, we didn't have a meeting of the minds, but it was like, okay, that's how a real conversation is supposed to happen. So, I'm better than I thought I would be given how much shit people are throwing my way, but it's not bad.
I think that first of all, Locke, I see what you say. Thank you for getting the Patreon post up. I appreciate that. I I don't know that there's anyone in the game space that is treated less charitably in terms of the things you say than you. It's very
Yeah.
I can't think of anyone that like your recent controversies about how like $300 million games require a certain amount of investment, and then people are like, well, we don't want or have to have these $300 million games, and then the $300 million games sell 20 million copies.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
well, what don't you understand? There's a lot of there's a lot.
There's a
going.
lot, yes.
I
And
just
I'll
don't.
take it and we'll chew the God damn it, Jay. I was gonna say we'll take a bite of the apple, which fuck you, Jaffe, and your dumb colloquialisms that make you folksy and charming like Jed Bartlett. Okay, let's begin.
Jed, we both love Jed.
Yes, we do.
Um, yeah, I just I feel like everyone's lost. I mean, I feel it's been this way for a long time, I guess, but everyone's lost their minds. It seems like.
I think what it is, honestly, is there is a very correct and healthy hatred of just the man right now, as there should be always, but certainly right now with everything that's going on in the country, especially if you're younger and you're seeing your quality of life feel like it's being diminished on a almost daily basis. I saw somebody last night go, I think Gene Park might have retweeted this, but it was somebody said like I'm 30 and I feel like I like I don't have a future. He's like I thought I was going to hit this adult phase and I was going to have all kinds of cool things to do and careers, and every door is shutting in my face. And
Mm,
so I absolutely get the animosity. I think for me, even though I get it though, I choose to have a conversation that's not aimed at making them feel better. I
right.
just want to talk about what I think is true. And a lot of them are either not in a place where they want to hear that, or a number of them are just educated so poorly that they're too stupid to understand what I'm talking about. Um, I can't help them with that part, but I understand that they're angry.
There is a big part of it that is that Well, what you're saying is absolutely right. The economic climate's strange. There seems to be this generational divide. Everyone hates the boomers, especially, which is interesting. But you touched on something that I thought was really interesting there too, which is that there are a lot of people that are simply too stupid to understand any of the arguments. Like I think I hate to be like that, but it's like, because I believe in the inherent goodness of the normal person. I believe in the inherent decency of a normal person, but I'm not entirely convinced that a normal person can think deeply anymore after being on the internet for 30 years. And the $300 million thing with the games and like what people want is like an example of that. It's like the argument is against it is so stupid. It doesn't even make any sense that like you would argue against that. Look around, look, open your fucking eyeballs, Yeah.
Especially with me, someone who is constantly, biting at the heels of Sony and being like, I barely turn on my PlayStation. I turned it on last night for the first time in 4 months because I'm very happy playing double A's and indie games and stuff on itch.io. I am not, it's got to be production. I like nice production value, but that's not why I game. And they're coming at me like, oh, we never asked for 300 million. I'm like, well, then maybe I'm not talking exactly about you. You understand that when you tweet something out or you say something and I'm not sitting in your car with you, that I'm talking to a lot of other people too, not just you. But maybe there's a better word than stupid. Stupid is accurate, but maybe there's a way to explain it to them without being so condescending, because I call them stupid as well. But I do think there's a real lack of critical thought that, it almost reminds me of Republicans and Democrats, where the Democrats really fucked up with Hillary and the deplorables and all that stuff. And that for the longest time, Democrats fucked themselves because they enjoyed like, look at us, we're so much smarter. And while in some cases, not all cases, of course, that you could point to that being true in some cases, it didn't really help their cause. It pissed the shit out of the people that they were going against. And so it's kind of like this. It's like we can either take these people and go, look, we're not angry at you. We're not mad. It's like you just don't understand, or we can call them stupid. And two things can be true. They are fucking stupid.
Well, but that's the whole thing, is that like all this time into it now, if you still don't understand the arguments, then there is an intellectual deficit, I think. Like if you, in other words, if this all happens and you don't really understand the situation, then I understand that. But a month into this, it's like, it's not that complicated. Like what's happening, I understand. And I think I articulated this on Sacred, that I think a lot of people are shooting messengers, which is fine.
Just as long as it's not me.
I mean, whatever. I mean, if you feel like you want to shoot me, go ahead. It's just to me, I don't, people's anger right now is so misguided. They're angry at all the wrong people and all the wrong things, in my opinion. But yeah,
should they be angry? Who should they be angry at? I think I know, but who do you think they should be angry at?
Probably a great example of this. The easy answer to say is like a multitude of publishers and entities in the games industry. I think everyone's angry at Sony, but then you see things like, but when I went to buy Resident Evil, I couldn't find a copy of it, and I'm like, well, how's that Sony's fault? It's almost as if everyone's saying the same thing on the publisher side. I see Sony's making the decision based on, a rational commercial stance of wanting to make money. I don't really agree with what they're doing, simply because, as I've said a million times, I think they can wring these people dry if they wanted to. But maybe they don't want to do that and they just want to get out of it. But I think that, like, I don't know. I saw your argument this weekend of the $300 million thing and all of the rest, and people just like seeing past it. I'm like, I don't understand what you don't get. Like, how much do you think a Call of Duty game costs to make? It costs a lot more than $300 million.
Right.
Probably costs about twice that to make a Call of Duty game.
Well, what they will cite, and again, this is the everybody's an expert except the experts. And I'm certainly not an expert anymore on AAA development, but I'm more of an expert than most people. And so they'll come back at me and say, well, what about Expedition 33? What about some other game they like to cite? And I'm like, oh, well, those are systems heavy games. What's that mean? And I try to explain it. And then they just like, whatever, you're an idiot. Fuck you. And I'm like, if you look at Expedition 33, which is a fucking phenomenal game,
Yeah, it is. It's a great game.
it is primarily, RPG battles. That's where they put a lot of their time. And the environments are fairly linear, and there's a lot of repeating assets. And there's cutscenes. It's not like a Last of Us or a Ghost of Tsushima, where they're constantly introducing new and big and sweeping changes to the environment, or here's a bunch of new mechanics, or here's a brand new weapon. And, I mean, they do some of that, but there is and people are like, well, it's a management issue then. It's like, look, if more people were buying games like The Adventures of Elliot, and more people were buying Expedition 33, the same that were buying Call of Duty, they would make those. But more people are buying Call of Duty. Sorry. I mean, that's not my fault, but
Yeah,
I think maybe they're upset about that too. They're upset about the fact that the industry's kind of, you're now in the margins, but they are.
Yeah, I think I saw a comment earlier. I wonder if I can track it down. Things are going kind of fast. Someone was saying that, no one asked for these games. No one. And I'm like, well, no, the sales asked for the games.
Yeah,
it's really that simple. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Did somebody in your chat say no one asked for these games?
Yeah, I can see. I thought I saw before.
That is the most. I hate to say that you're one of the stupid people, Chatter, but you're one of the stupid people.
I found it.
What's his name?
Mercury. Yeah, here it is. Mercury Machines.
Oh,
literally nobody asked for $300 million video game. Zero. Well, again, I fundamentally disagree with you because, first of all, Expedition 33 is not a AAA game. I played it. I liked it. It's not a AAA game. There's virtually nothing about it that's AAA. Jaffe,
but what he would say is, but I don't care. I don't want AAA. Nobody asked for that.
And Jaffe, you articulated a lot of this already about like what it does and how it does it and why they made it with such a small team. And I also think the whole like 30-person team is like such bullshit. Look at the credits. It's not a 30-person team. It's a 30-person core team with a lot of help and a publisher. But it's not AAA, and it's not even remotely AAA. And people do ask for those games. They ask for them. You're about to see how much people want a AAA game in November.
Right.
But even Wolverine is going to be highly AAA. But people previewed it. I think previews are coming out soon for it.
Yeah, August 13th.
So it's like, no, people do ask for them, and they sell by the boatload. The question is does everything have to reduce to that? And of course, the answer is no. And my own gaming habits have I think, borne that out in a way. Like I play some AAA games. I don't play a lot of AAA games. I like playing everything across the spectrum like you do. Yeah. I just think people are losing. It goes into this whole thing about like the blackout thing that's happening next month that people are trying to organize, which I think is cool because at least it's easy to make fun of it, but at least it's productive and it's directionally correct. I just think it's really heavily distracted. It doesn't even really know what it's talking about, I don't think, but
it may have been a Last Stand Media person who responded to that. I forget who it was and said, this is great, but if you really are going to be serious about it, do it when Wolverine comes out. It's like you're doing it in the middle of nothing. It's like, oh no, you're not going to buy Sony games on this day where nothing, or this week where nothing really is worth buying. So, but yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Go ahead and do it. It's not going to make a difference, but go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's like, I don't want to shit on it too much because it's the first time I've seen anyone in a month now do anything truly productive about it. It's like, at least try to organize something, try to get something going, try to get like-minded people. For people that don't know, I'll try to bring it up here on browser. PS Blackout, I think, is the hashtag. Yeah, Kotaku has a little story about it. We can use theirs. Let's see if I can bring this up. 2 people in game. No, that's not going to work. Brave. Can it be done?
Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, please.
Well, Mitch McConnell's still alive. There's a proof of life picture. Goddamn, thank God. He looks so good.
He's
ready to go play, ready to take on the world.
These people, it's the same thing that happened with Barbara Boxer back in the day. Or I think it's
the really old one, not Boxer.
No, not Barbara Boxer. The other California lady. She, like, these people should just be forcibly removed from Congress.
Yes. They
Like
should.
it's a complete travesty that this is allowed to.
He's
to
already
happen.
rotting. He's literally rotting somewhere in somebody's office. Like the worms have gotten to him. He's been dead for like 2 months.
Yeah, it's
It's the most
ridiculous.
ridiculous thing. Anyway,
I've for the people out there, you won't be able to see it, Jaffe, I don't think, unless you see it on the stream. But I transferred over to the Kotaku store. Okay, PlayStation Blackout Week is coming to protest Sony's discless future, and so I'll click on this thing here if I can. Yeah. Oh, I can't zoom in. So it says, I think this letter, I appreciate the sentiment. I think this is what you have to do. This is the kind of thing you have to do to win. The guerrilla warfare is interesting. I think that there's something to that as well. And Moore's Law has talked a lot about that. But I think this is a very distracted letter that they write that's like all over the place. That is not even really correct about a lot of things too. And I don't think it really helps the cause. So for people out there that are just listening, it says, for several years now, Sony Interactive Entertainment has continued to grow further apart from its fan base. I agree with that, 100%. Whether it's closing beloved studios like Bluepoint, agreed. Pursuing a misguided live service strategy, I disagree on that. I think they executed it really poorly, but they should continue to invest in that space. They would be completely suicidal as a company if they didn't. Canceling fan events, PSX has been gone forever. Leaving PSVR 2 to die, I think that's completely wrong. PSVR 2 is sold horribly, and the fact that new games still come to it shows the exact opposite, in my opinion, that they've not abandoned it, even though it would be very easy to do so. So I don't agree with that. And completely being out of touch with the franchises players want to see return, PlayStation has never felt more disconnected from its community. Again, I agree with this, Jaffe, and I don't know if you agree too. Quote, PlayStation has never felt more disconnected from its community. That is true. Do you agree?
I agree it's true, but I think the fact that they're even making that comment speaks more to something that's rotten under the floorboards that goes back to poor critical thinking, which is these companies were never your friend. They were never connected. It was all PR. It's great. I like Sean Layden, right? Sean Layden coming out on stage with a Crash Bandicoot t-shirt doesn't mean he's one of us. That's the message. You know, that's what it's meant to send. When you know, I wish a lot of these people would take media literacy classes and understand that. And maybe it's because I sat in the room with marketing when we were deciding, hey, how are we going to sell this?
How are we going to manipulate the audience?
It's a manipulation, yeah. and it's not an evil thing. It's just it's you're selling a product, and it's the process by which you sell it. And unfortunately, this is a response to what to me feels like people feel. It's like they're losing a friend. It's like, where's my Sony? Where's what I grew up with? It's like, well, that is still out there. You just need to kind of look somewhere else because it's not coming from Sony anymore. Innovation's not coming from Apple anymore. It hasn't since Steve Jobs, as much of an asshole as he was, died. Right? Things
basically
changed.
Voluntarily, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
It annoys the shit out of it.
But it is just crazy to me. But I get it. Anyway, the point is, I read this, I hear this, I agree that they're disconnected, but they haven't needed to be connected. PSX didn't move the needle.
No, it didn't. I mean, they lost.
Shuhei came out yesterday and was talking about Sony Japan, and he said the reason they closed Sony Japan was because Sony was pivoting in PS4 and PS5 era to AAA, and the stuff that they were making there, it just didn't fit the bill, and they shut it down. And it's like, don't blame Alan Becker, who ran Japan. Don't blame Shu. They put out a bunch of games. Nobody bought them. You guys didn't buy Puppeteer. Shut the fuck up.
No, you definitely didn't. And I agree with that. I mean, I've tried to express that sentiment over and over again. We'll get into that. Let's continue the letter. Mm-hmm. Ending physical discs in 2028 feels like the last straw. It does feel like that. It feels like that to a lot of people, which I understand. We understand there's only so much SIE can control, but with the decisions that are within its control, the company continues to mismanage the strong position it inherited from the PS4 era. That might be the most powerful sentence in the whole statement.
It's actually totally true.
Yeah. Like, and it's all within SIE's control. I mean, that's the funny part is like SIE wags the dog. PlayStation is the biggest part of Sony. And they definitely have an enormous amount of power within Sony. So they know what they're doing, or at least they think they know what they're doing. And I agree completely that they have mismanaged their strong position. And the only reason that they're not in any danger, and they're not, in the short term. I don't think anyway. I think they're in a mid to long term danger. I don't think it has anything to do with physical discs. But the reason they're not in short term danger is because they have completely inept competition. A real competitor like would have made Sony pay this generation bad. And since Sony started fumbling the ball really 5 or 6 years ago, and it takes so long for things to happen in the industry, now is the time you should see the fruit of Sony getting bodied by someone, but they're not because they don't have competent competition. They just don't. Here's where they lose me. Says there are so many issues with PlayStation right now that bringing back physical games would only be meeting players halfway. There is still so much more SIE can do. We miss Twisted Metal, SOCOM, Sly Cooper, and Resistance. We miss PlayStation Experience. We miss Japan Studio. This paragraph is awful. And
so that should go in your diary, buddy. That's for your journal. That's not for the letter.
It's who's we? Yeah. Here's the thing, and I'm saying this with the Twisted Metal creator here, by the way. Yeah. Spider-Man 2018, I don't even have to look. Spider-Man 2018 outsold every Twisted Metal, SOCOM, and Sly Cooper and Resistance game combined.
Oh, of course. Of course.
So who is we? Right? Those are individual players all buying that game. But if you look at like a Sly Cooper game, I'm pretty sure Sly Cooper 2 and 3, neither of them even sold 1 million copies on PS2.
One of the best PS5 games was Ratchet Rift Apart. It barely made a profit when we got the last data from that.
Dude, the funny thing is that the Insomniac leak has been such a font of information for people, but they only use it directionally, right? The biggest data, in my opinion, in the Insomniac leak was the granular sales data of everything. Mm-hmm. And you can see it's like, dude, these games bombed. Like comparable to modern. Can you imagine Sony releasing a game like Resistance 3 and it's selling 2 million copies today? They'd be like, oh no. Like what? Right. Like we've just spent half of the studio's resources 3 years on this thing. Now, it just doesn't work like that anymore. So the thing that bothers me is that I was there. I played those games, not SOCOM, but I played the other games, right? Like you weren't. There weren't that many people there, and people are acting like it's like, why doesn't Sony go back and make a Resistance game? It's because the best Resistance game sold 3 million copies.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Resistance was weird because it was at the beginning of PS3, and PS3 was getting its clock cleaned by Xbox 360. And so I don't know, honestly, if Resistance ever got the chance to become what it might have been if they hadn't fucked up so badly with the PS3 launch and the cost. But ultimately, though, the other two didn't sell. By the time 3 came out, they were kind of on an upswing with the PS3.
Yeah, and they were getting better and better too. That's a shame. Resistance is excellent. The best one. Yeah, arguably Resistance 3 is my favorite single player first person shooter.
It's great.
It's a really, really good game. And it's directed by Marcus Smith, who's directing Wolverine. So there you go. But and he directed Ratchet, the recent Ratchet game as well.
I fucking love it.
Yeah, he's awesome. I was just talking to him recently, actually. And it is my hope that we will have those guys on the show either before or after Wolverine comes out, which is kind of coming close at this point. It's not that I begrudge people their fandom of these series and other games, because I was there. I was one of the few people playing them. I'm the guy who tried to tell you to buy Puppeteer. I've told the story about how when I saw Gavin Moore at Japan Studio during one of my visits there, he pulled me aside and thanked me. Because he's like, no one cared about our game. Like, no one cares about our game. Like, that was basically the message. And it was like some female producer came up to me too, and she's like, thank you so much for your coverage of our game and all the rest. And I was like, I'm like, you're welcome. Game was
awesome.
Because, Puppeteer was excellent. But again, it was excellent. But no one bought it. No one buys these games. And then they tried it. Now, I know how we feel about the new God of War game, but that's a good example of, God of War, Sons of Sparta. But it's like, that's an example of the things they used to do. But that moved the needle for like a day because it was a launch, or it was a stealth release.
Sure, but I would argue it's not an example of the things they used to do, because they used to do a little bit off the wall and unique, but they were good. Sons of Sparta was subjectively not good. But I hear you. I know what you're saying, though.
And so when I see people saying like, we're not asking for these games, this is what we want, it's like, actually, like, you are. It might not be you as an individual. I'm not asking for games as a service. I don't play them at all. But I would be foolish to not understand that where the money and the energy is right now. And it's unfortunately not with people like me. I buy a lot of games. I play a lot of single player games. It's not. Remember, PlayStation's own statistics show that a third of people don't even buy any games. That's crazy.
It's all the free to play stuff.
Yeah, like a third of people buy one game a year. You're asking them to throw these like obscure games into the wild in an era where they would get destroyed compared to the way they used to do, which was somewhat respectably. And it's not and again, this is where I think a lot of people are shooting the messenger, where I'm like, you don't understand. I would love for Sony to have some sort of PS3 energy again, but why? It's actually the only generation they lost money. I don't think like they actually, like, from 2006 to 2013, PlayStation lost money. Like, it didn't make money at all. And people are asking them to go back to that era, and I'm like, you got to think twice about what you're asking for. And that would require them, I think the big thing is that would require them to ignore a plurality of the players. They know,
of course.
It's not a mystery what people are playing. That's what they don't like. I don't know if people think about that, right, Jaffe? Like, it's not a mystery. They have the most granular data about you, and they know exactly what you're doing.
The thing that, there's a couple of things I have to say about all that. One is what comes to mind for me, and maybe the best person to deal with this, to explain to people things, and it's so condescending because they're probably like, why do you think we need something explained to us? And my answer is because you do, because you're just simply misguided. But I keep thinking of that scene in, did you see Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, of course. Many times.
Okay, so where Robin Williams is saying to Matt Damon, it's not your fault. And he's like, I know. It's not your fault. I know. And he keeps going until Matt Damon finally gets it. It's like maybe people like you and I who aren't really trained in how to hostage negotiate or something are like, but we're giving you the facts. And it's like they need to have this breakthrough moment of, you're responding to something different. You're trying to apply all this logic in your letter. And that's fine. But all you're really doing is hiding. It's like you need to have your grief moment. Your childhood this is so condescending, but it's true. Your childhood is over. That company, whether you're an adult or you were a kid, that company that you came up that meant so much to you, which is a wonderful thing. Nothing's wrong with that. But nothing lasts. And you would be better served by looking out into other publishers and other ways of playing video games where all of that PS3 magic is not only still there, but it is better and it is much more varied, and there's a lot more of it, but you can't get to them with facts. You have to hit it some other way, and I don't know what that way is, because I mean, look, forget me, I'm not the most articulate guy in the world, but you are. And if they can't hear me and they can't hear you, neither one of us are saying, holy shit, fucking dude, we can't wait for the next $600 million fucking game with all the ray tracing. We want to, play cool shit. Doesn't matter. Look, the fucking last game you put out. I mean, you can make that with government assistance, is how little that costs to make.
Someone asked me the budget of the game, and I'm like, I don't even know. It's like, whatever.
Whatever was in my couch. I got some fucking, but I mean, so it's like, we're not the bad guys, man. We're just telling you based on our very, heavy experience and a variety of things, why this is happening.
Especially I understand people poo-pooing me. It's like, whatever, but like you've just been in the trenches. That it's funny. All right, so first of all, Saint Slayer, the physical version's currently being printed. We just submitted everything and like the Gold Master and stuff like that. So
who's publishing it? You're publishing it, but
East Asia Soft acts as our conduit, because you have to have like an agreement with Sony. You can't just like go and publish anything. So like we use East Asia Soft, our friends over there, and they charge us a modest fee to just do it. Yeah. And then they send us everything, and they don't bundle any of it, or whatever. So we'll probably do that this fall, I assume. I think the thing that bothers me the most is just this idea that the hardcore, in quotes, have some sort of ownership over the space that precludes anything from changing, morphing, or evolving. And to me, I'm like, I just think that that's missing what's happened over the last 20 years. And it's what I was saying earlier, that people like me have no control over PlayStation anymore. Like, I'm the guy that bought Saros, which is probably
you mean control in terms of your consumer behavior,
right? Like, right,
so
like
minor,
right? It's. I think Saros is a really great example of this. Everyone acts like everything PlayStation makes people run out and buy. Saros is a very well regarded game.
Yeah.
Comes from a studio of a great pedigree, and it got great scores. People liked it. No one bought it.
It's a sequel to a game that no one even bought the first game.
Right. Returnal had some. I think Returnal, like you were saying, benefited from being so early in the PS5's life cycle that there was not much to play comparable to today. But the point is that. And Returnal, I think, is a better game. But the point is that, like, people, Death Stranding is another example of this, where people act like Sony publishes something and then everyone acts like it's like you just got to put out games. And I'm like, you don't buy Saros or Death Stranding. You're going to buy Sly Cooper. I don't know about that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I think you, like the person who's listening to this, will buy it. I'd buy it. But it's like you're asking them to be like, you're asking them to send these games out to die. And that's what Japan Studio did a lot of.
Yeah, they did actually.
And I don't think people should go into the Insomniac data from the sales leak and look at the way these games sold. Like, go look at Rain. Go look at, Bound. Go look at Counter Spy. Like, seriously, go look at the numbers and then tell me that, like, the games that Sony at Santa Monica or Sony in Japan that were they were.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Bound was Santa Monica. But
yeah, it is. All these XDev things I'm talking about. Some of the stuff coming out of London as well. Like When Vikings Attack and all this shit. It's like they put money behind all these things. Like, they produced them. Like, no one bought them. Like, no one. I remember looking at I think Pixel Junk 4 AM sold like in the tens of thousands of copies or something. Not a huge surprise, but it's like,
or even Concrete Genie was a flop, right? I mean,
yeah, it sold I think in the hundreds of thousands, and it's like, yeah, and I platinumed that game. It's like that was an internal studio that was making that, and it's just. You can't, it's like, I liked a lot of these games. I actually really liked the guys that made Counter Spy. I interviewed them a bunch. They were in San Francisco. They made the game in San Francisco. But you can't blame them. Like, you can't look at all this stuff and be like, yeah, look at all the you're walking away from all these sales. Why did you abandon us? And I think they probably look at it and be like, you guys just didn't buy these games. And by the way, this was when games were covered much more deeply and people had much more better access to fewer games on the menu. Like, IGN would cover Counter Spy 5 times and still no one would buy it. You know what I mean?
Counter Spy was Connie's game, the 2D kind of, it was look kind of like Rolling Thunder, but it was, is that
Counter Spy was like, no, Counter Spy was like the Cold War era game about like infiltrating it was like a spy game.
Like it was like a 2D game though, right?
It was 2D, but I thought you were talking about Escape Plan.
Oh, no. That different. I think and you would like, I played it. I liked it. I didn't love it, but yeah,
it was good.
And those guys, nobody bought it.
No. That's the point is like, it's cool. All these little ideas are cool, but you're asking the brand to commit suicide. And I don't know why people want that for Sony and for PlayStation. That's the thing that I don't get. Could they do a few other smaller things? Like, but you need the talent to do that. Like, that game company, for instance, was a very unique entity that made like very like Journey and Flower. Like, those were kind of games where it's like, yeah, a little prestige piece here and there. I don't know that's the same PlayStation anymore. And so I just,
no, it's definitely, it's not. I mean, there's no question, it's not. And to me, the more not more interesting, but the more meaningful question though, is because, you and I are not saying things that others and we haven't said ad nauseum about why it is this way. I'm more fascinated in why is it this that they don't get it, right? Like, do you think, because what they would say is, well, you guys are just wrong and you're shills and this and that and the other. And I'm like, dude, you think Sony's fucking paying me money? I literally put out a video the other day that said Herman Hulse can take a red hot poker and stick it up his anus just to prove that I'm not getting paid by Sony. It's like, if I was getting paid by Sony, do you think I could say that, you fucking morons? But, why is this such a hard... My guess is because it's emotional, right? Is that they're not really thinking logically. This is their childhood brand and they miss it and they're lashing out in a very unproductive, purely emotional way. Is that, I know it's condescending, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah, it does feel like you have those things sometimes about people that you're in a relationship, or like the guy or the girl is upset about something and you have like a solution, right? Like, oh, I had a terrible day at work and this and this happened. And they're like, all right, yeah, well, did you try this?
Yeah.
Have you considered this? And they don't want to hear that because they just want to, and it's reasonable. It's like, you just want to sulk for a minute,
Yes.
And that's why I do appreciate this PS blackout thing from a directional standpoint, where I'm like, all right, like these online petitions are useless. No one's really trying to organize anything or get anything going. The guerrilla war in Sony's comments is dissipating. I mean, it's been dissipating since the beginning. So this is the kind of move, like a real, and this is what I've been saying, is like, you have to organize a boycott and make them feel it. Now, we got caught up on that third paragraph, and I think that third paragraph should just not have been in the letter. It's like,
yeah.
With that, we are calling on PlayStation players to participate in an economic and gameplay blackout from Sunday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. local time through Sunday, August 30th at 7 p.m. local time. I don't know what that
your local time.
Players can participate by turning off their consoles or logging out for 7 days. We feel that this period gives publishers and developers minimal impact while still giving the players a voice. This to me confused. All right, so like, I think again the idea
I've been doing that for 4 months. I haven't turned it on for 4 months.
Right, it's
I'm
like,
there, boys.
You gotta. This is what I've been trying to say, is that you have to do hard. This is not hard. You have to do really hard things at hard times by the millions, and that's why I think it's tough to like want to do anything knowing probably deep in your heart that it's not going to affect any change, because you're just hurting cats. Like I've said it before, it's like Tokon's going to peel people off. Then,
Tokon was great. Did you play it this weekend?
No, I don't play fighting games.
It's really, really good.
Anyway. And then like Beast of Reincarnation is going to peel people off, then Dawnwalker is going to peel people off, and then Onimusha, and then Control, and then Wolverine, and then people are going to have to be strong. But the big thing to me is the dates that they've identified it's not during anything. Like the ballsy thing would have been, it's like, we're taking September off,
right, and November,
right? Like, even if you don't want to challenge people, because a lot of people are reasonably saying, all right, see you in November for Grand Theft Auto, but September, it's like, just don't sign in a PSN, hurt them, hit them. And by the way, the numbers will appear when they reveal their finances in late October for that particular quarter.
But the funny thing about this is, well, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just, there's really not much more to say other than I like the idea. I just think it's what you're asking for is easy. If you want to hurt, you have to hurt them. They're not going to listen to this. Like, we have power, but we're not going to do anything with it. Their stance is, you don't have any power, and you're not going to use it. And so you have to prove them wrong by saying, we really are disappearing. We really are going to hit Wolverine. We really are going to do all these things, but it's not going to be sufficient. It's the whole Black Ops 1 and 2 conundrum we discussed last time, where these games came out, dominated PSN, and it's entirely likely Sony has more PS Plus subscribers right now than they did before they announced the game. Can't, like, the physical game thing. And that's just I'm not sitting here like as a Cheshire cat enjoying it. I'm not. I think it sucks for you guys. I'm just telling you the way it's going. It's just it's really hard what you're asking for. And,
the problem with it though is even if you were leading the charge and they followed your playbook, that sounds very logical and correct. The problem is, it's like the meme. It's like, there are dozens of us, right? It's like, you can't hit them where it hurts when most people are very happy with the product. It's like you're going into Baskin Robbins and you're protesting that they have vanilla ice cream. It's like, most people like vanilla ice cream. Everybody's happy. Leave them, so even if this is the most, even if, I don't know, who is Harvey Milk comes back and organizes it doesn't matter, because there's not enough of you, not because your movement is noble but small, but because people are happy. We're good. It doesn't mean PlayStation's doing everything right. It doesn't mean PlayStation 6 is a slam dunk. I have no intention of buying one unless I hear, like anyone else, what the games are. But this idea that that you're treating them like they are this kind of ragtag group of rebels that really has a noble cause. And I'm like, okay, for them, they might, but they have this misguided assumption that they're out there on the front lines for all of us. And it's like, dude, I don't care about that. Most people look, if most people, this is the funny thing. If the number of people cared about what they care about, that they think exist, this wouldn't be happening. Sony's not going around going, what can we do to fuck ourselves? They're going, what is the market? You think they wanted to make games as service games? They're not equipped. They're not experienced, but the market said, if you don't do this, you will go under. And so they said, okay, like any other business, this is what we need to do. Why do these people think that Sony's just sitting there going, we are too stupid to know what the market data tells us?
Yeah, I don't even know if a lot of people even think that deeply. I think that's a great point. Is like they are acting from their perspective in a rational manner. The problem is that it's not easy as a customer to hear, we don't really need you, you know. And I think that's what people are hearing, and I think that's kind of what Sony's saying. I will say that is like we want to keep you. We hope you buy digital games, but we can recover without you, you know, based on the behavior of our audience. And that's a tough thing to hear, which is where I think a lot of the vitriol comes from. And I completely understand that. I will say this. I think Sony could have put more of a human touch on this. I think that they could have said more.
Yeah.
Again, you and I think it's hysterical. I mean, I think it's hysterical. Like the Sid sending Sid Schumann out with these bylines, to just say, and then they don't say anything. And that's what's so funny is like, so like, I can tell you, as I understand things behind the scenes, like they don't even give comment on this. Like, you know, like you don't even see this stuff where it's like, and I'm not saying like we have no comment. They don't say anything. So like if someone messages them and is like, do you have a comment on the physical games thing? There's no like Sony's refused comment or something like that. It's just that Sony doesn't answer. Like they have they're doing it. It seems, I think it's fairly clear at this point that that nothing's going to change.
No. The only thing, nothing will change this for Sony. I agree. I think, you know, it would be nice if they did that, but frankly, I guess the reason they pivoted and said, we don't have to do things like PSX. We don't have to be anything other than corporate Sony, which is what a lot of those people in those positions are good at, is being corporate Sony, is because financially we don't have to. You guys have let us know through your actions that, yeah, I know you would love Kevin Butler back. Those days were fun. I know you would love PSX back. I know you would love Ratchet back. But you know what? Your actions tell us something different. And the only language we speak are your actions at the cash registers. So cash registers, by the way, if you're under 30, are these things. Yeah.
You just put money in them.
So, I mean, what?
You used to put money in them. I was watching randomly last night a video, like a camcorder video of the Titanic midnight release at Blockbuster in 1998.
Oh, wow.
And Mike had noted that everyone's paying in cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how much more there is to really say about it, just because. Well, yeah. Oh, go.
Well, I just want to look real quick because I wrote some things. So the thing that that bothers me, I guess, the most, and it might bother you as well, because we're both big proponents of lots of different types of games, and it's like the thing, and maybe this is one of the reasons that I don't deal with these people online with the kindness that maybe a PR agency would say I should, is that the thing they say they want, I wish they'd really get to the foundation of it, which is, I think it's a lot of it for a lot of them is a nostalgia play, because the thing they say they want practically is amazing right now. That, like I said, that energy is out there in the indie space and the AA space. It exists. The games that are being made that you can find are, you know, unique and different and made by just a couple of people. They don't cost a lot of money and they're out there, and a lot of them are fucking great. Where's the audience for these? And so that's why I'm just like, you know, even if you just have PlayStation 5, forget going to Steam. You know, it's not as good as Steam's, but it's a pretty fucking robust indie scene over there, and AA scene, not as good as Switch 2. But when's the last time these guys have went there and bought a fucking game that's maybe some of them, but I don't think most of them, because if they had, they'd go, oh, we're eating good. We have tons of these kinds of games we say we want.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, you're right in this. I think the bigger thing that gets me, because you're right, there is this. We always talk about this massive level of choice that's just undercutting everything, which is it's funny to say because from a consumer standpoint, it's not true, but from a commercial standpoint, it is. There's too much choice. Yeah. It's going to destroy a lot of entities. Like it's not necessarily a good thing. Well, I was talking about that with that game Luna Abyss, which I really liked, and how those guys went out of business like immediately after releasing their game, and it's like, why? Like it's so good. It's such a shame, all this institutional knowledge you lose in making a game, putting a game together, and not getting to do a sequel and all the rest. The one thing though that I'll reiterate that bothers me, I think the most about this is that people seem to be blaming Sony alone, wherein I think this is kind of everyone in on the same game, with Sony taking the brunt of it because they're the hardware manufacturer and has to make the ultimate decision. But I was bringing this up earlier. People always saying like, I can't find physical games. They don't make enough of them. And I'm like, that may or may not be true depending on the game you're talking about, of course, but I don't understand how that's Sony's fault. Like I know for a fact you can order as many games as you want. There's like, I do. You're not talking to someone who I literally make physical games with my own money. Like we fund them. I know how it works. There's nothing stopping Capcom from making 5 million physical copies of Resident Evil. If they're not doing it and they're trying to make it hard, to find that may be true, but I don't know how that's Sony's fault. And if that's what's happening, then I think it should open people's eyes more to the idea that this is actually everyone wants out. And there's a lot of
93% of their sales last year were digital, is what I heard. Capcom said. Is that?
Yeah, that's right. I saw the same statistic, and it's like that is what it is. It's so. Are they under publishing them? Are they under yeah, but I'm like, everyone's blaming Sony for that. And I'm like, if it's fucking Saros, that's one thing. But if it's Resident Evil or First Light or something like that, I don't get how that's Sony. No. And I just think people are just angry. Like, so they're not even angry at the right entities.
Yeah, let's just get, let's have a gamer group therapy session. Get to why you're fucking angry, because you are. And that should be respected. And that should be processed and dealt with. But please aim your vitriol at the right fucking thing, whatever that may be. I don't know for you, but yeah, I mean, you think Capcom wants to keep printing manuals and discs and dealing with manufacturing? I mean, it's a ridiculous concept.
Yeah, I think it's funny because I just don't know why people are so loath to blame everyone. There's one entity making the decision, sure. But they're almost responding in a way. So if you're saying, I mean, think about it. It's just basic logic. If you're saying like the games are underpublished, these guys don't want to make their games available on disc anymore, and then Sony sees that and says like, oh, our publishing partners don't want to put games on disc anymore. People aren't buying them there anymore. It's like that there's certain things that are just out of their control, and I just think that the more I've learned about it, the more numbers have come out. The Circana data that's come out recently, it's actually the physical game situation is actually worse than I thought it was. The more I learn about it,
from last 2009, and they tracked it.
Yeah, 2008 I think was the all time, or maybe it was 2009 was the all time high year, and then it's been down since then, like year over year over year. I think it'll go up a little bit last year. I think it went up a little bit. They say that's because of Switch 2, and actually PlayStation data is down 30% or something year over year. Mm-hmm. To me, I want people to have their choice and all of the rest. To me, the more I learn about it, the more time that goes on, the more I'm able to like garner some incomplete data, but data nonetheless, the more I'm like, oh, I kind of actually understand this more than I did. When they had said 7 games in the United States sold 100,000 copies or more at retail, and then people were freaking out about like, well, what's the high end and stuff? And I'm like, yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, people were acting like that could mean anything. And I'm like, no, it means that like the 7th game is 107,000 or something. Like, let's not get carried away. But like, what's the high end? And then when Matt Piscatello was like, the high end is 275. Yeah. I was like, oh no. Because in my mind, I'm like, it's got to be in the high hundreds of thousands probably for a game like Requiem or even First Light or something. Again, it's only the American market, but I see those numbers and I'm like, that's way worse than I thought. And when you see those numbers, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean that actually kind of is a tick in their column, as it were.
And
for that.
I wish the people responding, and I think Matt Piscatella blocked me. I don't know why. He probably just hates me. He doesn't like, people, maybe he doesn't like agnostics. I don't know, but he blocked me. And, but I still follow his stuff or read his stuff. And I'm like, I wish the people that, because their immediate, or a lot of their immediate response to that was, well, he's on the payroll. He's shilling for Sony. Right. And I'm like, okay, think about that for just 5 seconds. So this guy who's an analyst, he makes his money by being an analyst and being one that you would hope, or I think he's an analyst, right?
Yeah.
I would hope, you would hope that, he's good enough at it that there's value to his reputation. Do you really think he's going to run the risk of his entire career being caught taking a paycheck from Sony to skew some numbers that he probably doesn't give a shit about, just so he can cash a $30,000 check for some? I mean, it's like there's no logic there. And I, because people will say, oh, well, he's a shill. He's saying something I don't like, so it can't be true. And that's the state we're in with everything in this world right now. If you don't like the facts, find the person that gives you the facts you like. That's the truth teller. It's like, wow, we're fucked. I will say this though, really quickly.
Yeah.
The two quick things.
Yeah.
You were talked about the blackout, and I don't really know what it's going to do. The one thing I did like, and I wish I could remember his name, but it was on my Twitter feed, certainly not as much as the does it play blackout thing. A guy had looked at the camera and he's like, hey, here's what I think we need to do. The real issue, kind of like we talked about before, is digital rights. This is a letter I've put together. This you should send to your senator. This should become, that tends to be more effective, because ultimately we are going to be having a digital rights, as we should, meaningful conversation. And it's going to have to be at that level because the industry's not doing it themselves. And I think that is a very valid fight to have.
Oh yeah,
because it affects everyone. It's not just the people who said they bought Puppeteer but didn't. It's everybody who likes media is going to get fucked if we don't do something.
Yeah, I 100% agree. People didn't like my argument about that early on in this whole month of drama, but
what's not to like about it?
I don't know, because they think that physical games protects people from this digital monopoly, and I'm like, I don't think you understand. Physical games doesn't protect you from fucking anything. I mean, just look at the Halo release recently, which is not even on the disc. At some point, we have to identify that, like, yeah, it is the digital stuff that affects all of us, and it's the obvious play, and I'll get into that in a minute. By the way, Mike Ybarra wrote in, CEO of Prize Picks.
Oh yeah, fuck Mike Ybarra. I talk to Mike on Twitter a lot. I love Mike Ybarra, and he'll always talk to me. And at the end of my tweets, I'm like, "So, dude, when are you coming on my show?" He'll answer every question I have except that one. Fuck you, Mike Ybarra.
Oh man,
I love you, Mike Ybarra. You know I do.
Mike Ybarra, of course, of Blizzard fame as well, but he was saying here has nothing to do with the desire to make games or not. It's all about trade-in. I think that there is a level of truth to this, no doubt. You kind of like lose track of a game, and then it sells and circulates over and over and over again. But Sony and the publishers get no money out of this. We've known this forever. Mm-hmm. And a lot of this goes back to the
Sony did Game Pass first.
Right. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's funny. PS Plus itself, not the game catalog, but it's 15 years old, Yeah. And well, anyway, and Games for Gold and stuff existed too. To me though,
no, I mean Game Pass, the thing that came in the disc, right? The little piece of paper. That's how they were combating in PS3.
Oh,
era.
I'm sorry. I understand. You mean Online Pass?
I think they called it Game Pass, right? Or whatever it was.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That was like Uncharted 3 and like Starhawk.
Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal. Right. It was that whole era, 2012. Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
And it was because we were losing tons and tons of sales to used. And people got really upset and were like, they got upset with me. And I'm like, I want the gamer to get the best deal they can. If I was a gamer and I didn't get my games paid for by Sony, I'd buy used too. But, you can't fault the publisher for wanting in on that a little bit. And the fact that they weren't allowed in through GameStop made them go, okay, well, let's build a different mousetrap. But Mike's right, though. If he's talking about used sales.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's bringing up the used game component, which I totally understand. And I don't The one thing I'll say, and I bring up Del Walker here as well, who wrote in and said, losing physical is a shame. It makes me a little sad, but accepting DRM as the norm is the true Trojan horse. And there is, I clicked on the wrong thing. There is that as well. Sorry, didn't mean to click on that. But it's interesting, like the used game thing, I think is funny because I think it's actually paradoxically a reason why they don't care about the response. Because they're like, these people simply aren't valuable consumers to us, comparable to the people. So it's not even getting half as much money for the physical game sale. It's then like all the delineating effects of that game going back to GameStop, getting bought by someone, being put on the PSN, them getting nothing from that. It's like, we don't really care. I think it's so funny, man. Like the canary in the coal mine in all of this was in their last fiscal report when they said like, we're de-emphasizing monthly active users. Because you only say that if your numbers are going to go down or stagnate. And I think they realize that, but I think they realize like, well, a monthly active user of a person who's playing used games, I mean, if you really want to get crazy with it, it actually costs us money. Like we're serving them in some way, right? Like pennies on the pennies to do this and whatever. It's like, I think they look at that and they're like, we don't care. And I think that's a tough pill to swallow. It's like, oh, you buy used games and you sell your games back and buy other games and then sell those. We don't care. We don't want your business,
right?
You know, like, or we want your business in a different way.
Right.
That's a tough pill to swallow. So when people make those arguments, I think paradoxically, they're making the argument for Sony. Even though it's good for you. And it's great for you. And I understand that.
100%. What about...
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to get into the digital stuff because I think that's...
Okay, before you do that.
Okay.
I have a question that... Because the other thing I see on the physical, a lot of people say... and it drives me batshit, but they'll say, well, records are gone for the most part, but there's a thriving niche vinyl market. There's a thriving, books are coming back, and I you can't quite explain to them that it's not the same thing.
It's not the same at all. It's not the same at all.
And the only thing I've heard people say is like, well, what if Sony allowed other like limited run people to make the game, put it on a disc, package it and all that. And then there was an external drive that you could hook up and then feed it into the PS6. I mean, real, kludgy shit. Not necessarily kludgy, but probably kludgy. And I think the problem with that, I could be wrong, and we may have talked about this before, but I mean, that opens Sony up, right? Because they're not going to test the discs. They're not going to go through the
they would never
checks.
do that.
Right, because it runs the risk of breaking the PS6 or having something on their hardware that they haven't approved that hasn't even gone through them, right?
Yeah, there's no way they would do that. Like
right.
That's not even an option, and we really shouldn't want that to be an option because it will almost certainly fuck something up. And the reason I say that, I'll just reiterate, is the PS5 was jailbroken from a physical PS4 game. That was the root of the easiest way to hack the console. And you think they're going to let these guys start making discs and giving people this root access, this unintentional shit? Like, you can't do anything about it. That was what was so catastrophic about it. You literally can't do anything about it when it's on the disc. There's something about the hardware that you would have to change. So there's just, to me, like, that's a non-starter. And people have to understand that that's not going to happen. That would be nuts. I would be really aghast if Sony did something like that. It's like, wow, that's...
Yeah, they're gonna save all this money not doing physical, and they're gonna risk all these lawsuits and shit that happen because they open up their system. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, and there's no way you can really do it. I mean, this goes back to the Tension stuff and making, like, for people that don't know, in the NES era, there were companies that were breaking open the NES and like bypassing their lockout chips and then publishing their own cartridges, and Nintendo brought these people to court, and they would win a lot of these cases because now they didn't beat Galoob and stuff because that was different, but because you were putting the game into the Game Genie. But there are certain ways to stop people from doing that. So there really is even no third part. It's like Bleem on the Dreamcast. There is no third way to really do it. But I'm so glad you brought up, because that is a good argument, in my opinion, about the other physical markets are interesting, but they are not the same. They are totally different. So as an example, I have the Saint Slayer print here for our vinyl, right?
Oh, cool.
If I take this record, this vinyl, people are going to get pissed because I'm touching it, and I can put this on a record player from 100 years ago, and it would play.
Right.
If I take a cassette and put it in a deck from 1979, it will play, or it can be a brand new post-market deck that someone's making, and it would play. Blu-ray players are the same. DVD players are all the same. Game consoles, right? Like these are all based on licensures and stuff. Game consoles are radically different. To pretend that the scale and like the buy-in on making physical games is the same, and you can say like, well, look at CDs and like, are you out of your mind? Like, no one is investing in the hardware to play them. The hardware exists.
Yeah, the only way maybe they're from an alternate future where Trip Hawkins was right and 3DO was huge. Because that was his whole thing, right? It's like everybody can make the 3DO, but short of that, which didn't happen, it's an argument that they like, and they'll keep serving it up and blah blah blah.
It doesn't make any sense. Like that argument to me doesn't even wash with things. I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense. You're talking about like physical books,
right?
You have to be literate.
Yes, that's it. And your hands don't even have to work. You just got to figure out how to turn the page, even if you can't use your hand. I mean, it's a book. So before we get to the digital, I have a suggestion. Obviously, it's not my show. Do what you want, of course. But
sure.
I wonder if it's possible, and maybe it'll only be possible when Dustin is back, to get the super chats now that are relevant to that chunk, because it seems like we're moving on from this topic.
Let's get through some of the super chats. I
wonder if it might be more flowy.
Yeah, I can't produce the show at the same time of talking to you. Otherwise, I'm not paying attention to what you're saying. So I'm sorry about that. Well, let's get through some of these. Cyanide wrote in, said, love the lock therapy episode. Can we get Colin and Jaffe therapy one next, please? I mean, this is what this is. He's talking about the Lockmore at Sacred Symbols Plus that went live on Saturday. We were just getting together. So I'm working on an episode of Sacred Plus that I think people are really going to like, but it's not quite ready to go yet. So I was like, I need to record something impromptu. And so I was like, Locke, do you want to just kind of sit down and shoot the shit? Everything's been so serious. Let's just kind of like have some fun and shoot the shit and see what's going on. And then it ended up turning into this like 2-hour conversation about like loss and divorce and death. And it was like the weirdest. And people, it was like the weird, and people were like, it's like a legendary episode. People are like loving it, right
before Lockmore got your email, he had like the alcohol in one hand and the gun in the other, like Mel Gibson with the weapon. It's like, oh, thank God for that fucking email, man. I'm still here.
That's what we tried to do, but I appreciate you guys enjoying that. Thank you for your support over there. This is from Dave Calzone, who says, here's some charity for Jaffe. Love seeing you on. Always good to see Jaffe on. And we always appreciate having Jaffe on. It's always good to see you. And I knew I had to have you on when I saw all the renewed drama around. People have no goodwill towards the arguments other people make. I don't think.
Again, I think there's an emotional thing happening for a lot of these people that is really unfortunate. Like they're not coming at it logically. So it's to expect them to respond to logic is at some point it becomes a fool's errand on my part. It's like, just, okay, let's move on. Let's talk about something else. Cause I can't get to you and I think you're sad. So not sad like you're a bad person, but like you're emotionally sad right now. And that's okay. Go be sad.
Vexius wrote in and said, are you men of a fan of goth bands such as Susie and the Banshees? Yeah, I mean, somewhat. Dude, I've given this a lot of compliments recently. The discovery tools on Spotify are so good. Like,
really?
Yeah, they do the Discovery Weekly thing where they make you like a huge playlist based on the things that you listen to, and so it refreshes every whatever. And I go in there and I'm like, now it's like some of their misses and I skip, but I'm like, some of these songs, I'm like, damn, like how did you know? I discovered this 80s band I had never even heard of before, called The Tubes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
I've heard of them. What's their big song? I don't
Talk to You
them.
Later is the song that was recommended to me, which I think is one of their biggest songs. And I'm like, this is a fucking banger, dude. Like, I got to give a compliment to that because I'm loving that. And then he says, I was pleasantly surprised to see 311 having a cover of The Cure's Love Song. Yes, that came out in 2004. I feel like that was in 50 First Dates, the Adam Sandler movie. But the Adam Sandler, that movie was all like 80s covers. So yeah, they did that, and that ended up being one of their biggest songs. And I know this is going to be very unpopular. My sister always gets so mad because she's a huge Cure fan. I like The Cure too. The 311 version of Love Song is better. Thank you for writing in. The Spick and Span wrote in and said, burning $4.99 for those watching. Stop buying games full price. Support secondhand market and physical. Rent your games on Gamefly. Fuck Corpse. The one thing I'm interested in, Gamefly is not a cottage industry, but there's so much there's gonna be so much decay because of this decision for these certain businesses. Like GameFly's basically finished. I mean, they'll be able to go for a while, but it's over, which is kind of sad for that. And certainly the, like you're saying, the limited run stuff. I've talked a little bit to my friends at East Asia Soft about this. You know, I they can speak for themselves, of course, but they've been publishing digital games forever, so it's going to probably injure them and all these other companies. But it's a shame from that perspective. I hate that. What is that? A loot box? What is that?
It's retro. They sponsor my show, so I'm just being a dick. But they send you 3 to 5 retro games going all the way back to the Atari, so they're actually going to be eating really, really well with this because, you know, I've started building my physical collection of retro games because I never did it before. And I actually, like I said, I don't hate physical. So while companies like GameFly, I agree with, there are going to be a lot of companies, I think, that are going to get in on, you know, the fact that there is this now, hey, remember when, because you can't, like you said, with records, you can still go buy a record player. These things, once they're gone, man, you know? And so I think it's kind of cool that there are these companies that are able, but yeah, they send you 3 to 5 of these every month. So
yeah, that's cool. It is an interesting business model too, to like go buy lots of physical games, I guess. And then, because it's just funny because it doesn't seem, when I look at the prices people are paying for some of these games now, I'm like, we are so far away from the Funkoland newspaper days. Do you remember the Funkoland newspaper?
Yeah.
And you'd go look and they would literally they would sell you Mario Duck Hunt track meet for a penny.
I always thought it was a scam like Columbia Record House, but this is the one I'm most excited.
Oh, dude, is that the original SSX? Yeah,
that's original. I opened it last night and I'm like, oh my god, that's a good.
Dude. The PS2 was, because I just platinumed Onimusha Warlords and last night I just beat Onimusha 2. And
Warlords was the fourth one.
The first one, yeah. And I was like, man, the PS2. It's very nostalgic for me because I was late in high school when the PS2 came out, but it was really cooking that first year and a half or 2 years. Like once it got to the launch was pretty bad, but once it got to, like, I always bring in the Bouncer as like the first game that was relevant to me, but then it starts rolling in I didn't like Eco, but that was a big thing that spring. Onimusha, Dark Cloud. And then by the time you get to the fall, it's like Silent Hill, Grand Theft Auto, and so on, Metal Gear Solid 2. It's like, god damn.
Yeah.
It was 2001,
Prince Persia Sands of Time.
Yep.
Was around that, yeah. So
yeah, really
good. Yes. Yeah.
Well, because what I remember about that was I was really up GameCube's ass that generation, but the GameCube hadn't arrived yet. Dreamcast was petering out. I liked the Dreamcast, but it was petering out. And so you had that like year and a half or so it was really a year with the PS2 by itself, and you really got to like extract and enjoy it. And then the GameCube came out and fucked all that up for me because I absolutely adored the GameCube.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I tell the story a lot about being at E3 the year Dreamcast was in its second year. It was such an impactful moment for me. Dreamcast was in its second year. I'm sure you were there as well at the booth. I think
I was too. I was in high school at that time.
Okay. So, I mean, that booth was blowing people's minds. It was like Samba de Amigo and Space Channel 5 and all of their stuff that was Power Stone from Capcom. It was
Power
insane.
Stone's awesome. I love Power Stone.
And then it was the first year like PS2 had not even come out yet. And so, you know, you were seeing like, was it like Kensen or whatever the fuck that thing was?
Yeah.
Kessen. And, you know, a lot of things that were just like, okay. And I remember sitting at Sony's booth, which was opposite Dreamcast, and going, we're so fucked. We're so fucking fucked, you know, because their booth is amazing. And then, you know, it came out and it destroyed Dreamcast, but it was because I didn't realize at the time that there's a difference between a game that plays well on a show floor, which were these very fun, vibrant arcade games, and a game that you want to spend at the time, $40 on or $49 on, and actually have for a very, very long time. And Dreamcast, I think, failed for the most part in providing those kinds of games. But as an arcade machine, it was brilliant, you know?
What I remember about that era, I was savvy enough to realize this even at the time, is like, and I think Sony admits this, and I think Sega laments this, the people that were there, is like, Sony did and you were at Sony at the time, so you can probably speak to this, is Sony did a really nice job of handcuffing everyone and being like, you don't want this trash. We got something. Just wait.
And it's coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because for people that don't know, Dreamcast was 1999, and it wasn't until late 2000 that the PS2 launched. So it launched earlier in 2000 in Japan. And I actually played it that spring. I've talked before at a fighting competition, Street Fighter EX or whatever, and it was like, I was like, wow, the PS2. But they did such a nice job of just handcuffing everyone and freezing the field basically. And I think when you hear from people at Sega at the time, they talk about that, about how it didn't matter. Like it seemed like people were just patiently waiting for the next big thing, and it didn't matter about price. And Sega's always been really aggressive on price, and the Dreamcast was really, really affordable. That's why I bought it. And then you fast forward to their publishing days, and they were really aggressive with price again. Like that, I always loved the $20 NFL 2K5. I thought that was so fucking cool that they did that. Imagine how little money they made on that.
Yeah, and Visual Concepts, I think, were those guys.
Yeah, that was that. Yeah, which is now the 2K studio that does the basketball game.
Oh, I didn't know that. But I remember the year they were trying desperately to keep Saturn alive, and if you bought a Saturn, you got Virtua Cop, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racing. Like 3 games packed in, and it was like, oh my God, this is the greatest day ever. But their software wasn't there. But anyway.
So, yeah, I mean, to the spick and span burning $4.99 for those watching, stop buying games full price. That's a big thing for me. So secondhand market, physical, rent games, whatever. That's all up to you if you're a physical games guy. But the stop buying games full price thing, to me, that's easily doable. How can you? I play a lot of games, and I buy new games, and I can afford them. But I feel like if you just don't care about the zeitgeist, the easiest thing in the world is to just wait.
Oh my God.
Especially on Steam. Yes. But I got to say, the PlayStation sales are becoming extreme as well. And out of necessity, they're not doing it because they want to. They realize what's happening off platform. So like, you really could spend so little if you just have some patience.
I got out of the Odyssey, and I saw Gene was talking about playing, because I'm playing Black Flag Resync, which I think is great. But he's like, oh, this movie made me want to go back and play Odyssey. And I'd never played Odyssey because I was sick of Greek mythology and everything. And so I went, I'm like, I'm going to get a copy of this. And this is what is amazing. You're right. Everywhere it was like, 49, 60, 69. What are you talking about? This old fucking game. But if you go onto Ubisoft store, I got it for $6.99.
Nice.
This massive fucking game. So, but I wanted to ask you about that though. Sony has said, am I correct in this, that they haven't said for PS6, but when they stop making physical discs, they are still retailers will still be able to sell codes, right? So I'll be able to go into Target, for example, and it probably won't be in a box, but it'll be in like a card.
Right. Like says, Nintendo does now, I think. Yeah.
Right. So if that is the case, doesn't it stand to reason that all these people that are like, Sony's going to have a monopoly and the prices are going to be terrible because there's no competition? I'm like, sure there is. There's going to be online markets that sell codes. Amazon is probably going to sell these cards at a very high discount because they'll probably buy, just like they fuck up the bookstores, right? They're going to buy tons of copies of Tomb Raider 2028, whatever it's called. And you'll probably get it 20% off day one if you're a Prime member or something. I mean, is that a correct read? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, the problem is that Sony's going to have a monopoly on the pricing of their games.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 things about that. First of all, there's multiple things, even more than 2 things. A, that is what they said they're going to do. And I think they're doing that specifically to nip any monopolization stuff in the bud. Because in certain places, it's funny in that it doesn't even, doing that is kind of shitty on their account because it doesn't even solve most of their cost problem, which is splitting with the retailers. So you realize that they're doing it because they have to, because they realize they're probably going to get sued in certain localities for doing that. There's that. The other thing though is, and this is a tough thing for people to hear, but
you think they'll still let Target take, the same percentage cut off a game when it's just a card?
I would presume so. I think that I think what they're counting on is that no one's going to buy this shit, and they still don't have to manufacture, ship, do all, certify and all that kind of stuff. So they're still saving money, and I think it just gets them on the way towards whatever. Okay. But I would assume that, because it's obviously going to be based on each product, but they could have gone and said like, we're renegotiating this deal, and now you get X instead of Y. I mean, that's entirely possible.
Right. Well, there's no more end caps. I guess there are end caps for cards. Anyway, whatever. We don't know. So, yeah.
The bigger thing that I don't quite understand from a digital perspective, now physical games are different, of course, and there's MSRPs and stuff, but why wouldn't Sony control the price of the games on its proprietary storefront? Like I sometimes wonder what anyone's even talking about when they say shit like that. Like, what are you saying? Like, what like
Well,
you've been in the game for a long time. I have 7 games on PlayStation Network, 8 actually, if you count the game I didn't work on. It's like we set the price for the games. We can put them on sale whenever we want. We can give them away for free. We can manufacture codes to have given away for people. Right. We can do whatever we want. People are like blaming Sony for like locking down their storefront, but it's really it's a closed garden priced by its corporate users. You know, they have their own games there. So I don't even understand that argument. Like I really don't. It's like,
I think the argument comes from the right place. I think what they're saying is not so much. They're basically saying right now, my experience as a gamer is if I see a game, let's say on the PlayStation Store, for this much, I can go to Amazon because there's physical or Target or secondhand or whatever. And I have all these ways to get that game for less money than what maybe the primary publisher is charging. And that's absolutely true. And that will go away one-to-one when you have the physical gone. But as long as Sony's allowing, even if it is just to avoid a lawsuit, other people to sell their codes, that's not a problem. But yeah, you're right. Even if if it's just a walled garden, and it will be eventually, like Apple, although that may change, right? But in that case, it'll be up to the Capcoms to tell you how much their game is going to cost. But right now, I think what they're really talking about is we no longer can shop around for the cheapest deal. There's one price. Whether Lilymo sets it, Capcom sets it, or first party sets it, there's no options. So if Saint Slayer 3 is on sale or not on sale, launches at $12.99, I can't get it anywhere else. There's no mechanism to let me do that.
Right. But I feel like everyone voluntarily enters into that market, right? It's like no one. When I sold Saint Slayer on PSN, I wasn't surprised when I couldn't sell it on PSN for a different price somewhere else, like for PSN. In other words, like right. You know what I mean? This is why this is a more subtle thing, but what Epic is doing to Apple, or like has been trying to do, and like trying to crack these things open, it's like this would be the beginning of the end of PlayStation if that happened to the PSN, and people better understand what that really represents if something like that were to happen, where there would be like multiple digital storefronts on PlayStation. It's what I say about the Xbox Helix and why it has no prayer of succeeding, really, is because they're simply going to have to give people access to other storefronts, and without having monopolized the storefront on the hardware, it precludes you from having a reason of even making it at all. That's something I would vehemently fight against if that ever happened. Like it's a preposterous idea and doesn't make any
that's
sense.
what the PC is, and it's wonderful, but I understand the PC doesn't exist just for those games,
right?
The PlayStation does, obviously.
And this is this is an interesting thing. Spudmaster says, not our problem. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's totally your problem.
It would destabilize PlayStation to such a degree where it might not exist anymore, and then it very much becomes all of our problems.
Yeah.
So
unless you're a gamer first and a fanboy second. If you're a gamer first, just go somewhere else. There's tons of games.
Well, no, I totally disagree with that. Like, I'm sorry, I keep clicking on the thing, keeps moving. Stop. There we go. It's wild that people think it's consumer choice to go on PlayStation on a closed piece of hardware and then be like, I want to have 5 storefronts on PlayStation. Like, then go to PC. And you can have all the storefronts you want. It's so strange. Like people argue about it as if it's like not the strangest thing you can possibly say about a proprietary piece of hardware. It's like, what are you talking about?
But you're coming at it from a position of how it actually works in terms of the nuts and bolts. I think what they're saying is we have been trained, and they have over the last 40 years, 50 years, whatever, that if I think the game costs too much at Kmart, I'll go get it at Target. If it's too much at Target, I'll go get it at GameStop or whatever. Obviously, it's a different thing we're talking about, but the user experience is what I think they're lamenting and saying, we don't like that that's going away. And it's not actually. If what you're saying is what Sony is saying, it's just going to be different. You're going to have to go to Target to buy a game card, or you'll go to Amazon to buy a code that's been heavily discounted, because I mean, I do understand that if your history with buying software for consoles, you've had a variety of price, that's a pretty shitty thing to say goodbye to. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it would be, but I just don't think people understand the deleterious effect of this fight. It would be the end of Nintendo. I mean, it would be the end of Nintendo.
Nor do I what deleterious means.
Degrading and getting worse.
Oh, okay.
Nintendo would be done first of all, if this happened. Second of all, if you could crack, Nintendo makes all of its money on its own games. If now you're going to force them to have digital storefront ecosystems that sell their own games at a cut like it does, like when you think about it, it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
Like
no.
What are you talking about? It's why the whole Helix thing, and I think this is what Asha realized and why they've kind of been a little bit more mom about Helix, is that it makes no sense.
Right.
Like, she probably walked in there like, she's like, you're going to sell an Xbox PC that gives people access to Steam? What is that even? Like, what are you talking? Like, why would we even get involved in that? Why wouldn't we? Okay. Why would,
it does make a little sense.
Not for them, it doesn't. For the consumer, it might, but it's the end of not for them.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? I mean, as a primary PC player right now, I don't mean I play PC games like Age of Empires. I mean, I play most of my stuff when I can on PC. I was very disappointed at the price and the power of the Steam box that they just sold. Because I have said over and over, once you get gamers to experience an ecosystem that is like the PC in terms of choice, variety, blah, blah, blah. It's like going from a 3-star Michelin, meal back to, Cracker Barrel. You're just like, wait, what have I've been thinking this was good. Right. So maybe they're going, look, that's the future anyway. And what they're really trying to sell you is a PC for your living room that doesn't look like a PC, doesn't operate in terms of you need the keyboard and all that. But they're just like, because I imagine even if they put Steam on Helix, they're still going to get a cut of every Steam product sold, right? It may not be a lot, but it's better than people leaving and going to PC.
Yeah, it is. I just think it's hysterical that like an Xbox Helix, they have like a Halo launch game, right? And you can buy the Halo launch game on Xbox's ecosystem, or you can just go buy the Halo launch game on Steam and give them 30% less. And they're like just asking you to do it. It's like,
or they could say to Steam, we won't carry it, but we want massive cuts for you selling our first party.
Yeah, and they're not going to do that. Like Steam's not going to do this. Steam would be like, well, you give a fuck what you do, Like,
here's what you should do. Tell me what you think about this. You'd probably be opposed to it, but if you took, right, if you took like 1,000 codes for Saint Slayer 1. And you sold them at full price to like one of these gray market sites that sells codes right now, like Aniba or something, right? I mean, you guys would sell 1,000 copies you wouldn't have sold before, and then they can turn around and sell it for like $5.99. So then you would have competition on the PSN,
right? But they would only buy like I don't even know how that all works. Like I'm confused, like where again, I've said before, and you know this, you can generate a shit ton of codes for your game, but I don't understand how you can then take them, sell them off site. It's weird to me. Like, I don't like, is that even, I guess Steam allows this, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know why they would allow it.
It's grayish, and you have to be very careful how you do it. But a lot of the codes aren't created, if any, for that purpose. They're like from the press, or people came to them and said, hey, I got these codes because I bought copies of this pre-order and it came with these codes. They get them in a variety of ways. And so my very limited understanding is, when you get into trouble is one of the ways you get the code. If that is sussed out, that can be a problem for you. But there are some ways where it's perfectly fine and perfectly valid. So there is a way, I guess, you could undercut PSN right now, actually.
Yeah. I think I struggle with this idea of it goes back to the Apple argument, and I'm an Apple consumer. It's like, I like Apple, and I like Apple's closed ecosystem. I don't want it to be broken open. I don't want other things on it. Like, that's the whole idea. That's what I want. Yeah. But just from a corporate rights point of view, which is interesting to look at it this way, but it's like, you make the box, you make this device, and you're like, I want to sell things through the device, and then someone else can just come like, oh, I want to sell things through the device too.
I got it.
You know what I mean?
No, it's kind of like when you have when you have the Carl's Jr. and the green burrito in the same store. It's like, what? You've seen those, right? Where like Pizza Hut, Taco Bell.
Pizza Hut.
Like, why is this together?
To me, I'm like, no, it's my box, it's my device, and I'm going to sell what I want to sell through it. It could be a competitive advantage. So look at something like Android, where it's like we're actually going to make this thing wide open because it's a competitive advantage for us. But that's a different sort of thing. You know, I would never want to use an Android device ever. You know, so to me, I like the closed ecosystems, and I think that obviously the audience does too. Ask Nintendo how it's going. Ask PlayStation how it's going. Ask Apple how it's going. You know, it's like these are thriving ecosystems with PlayStation not so much these days, but very happy customers. So I just think it's like, it's strange that people think like that there was this libertarian fucking Wild West shit should be happening on every device everywhere. It's the argument I make where like you go into Target and you're like, oh, Target, you have a store, it exists, I'm going to sell my things here. And they're like, well, no, we have a permission, we sell a certain amount of goods and stuff. It's like, no, I don't think so. You exist. We're selling our things here. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. That's why I don't think I don't know how it even got this far, you know, of this idea. You squash them by competing in a different sort of way. And that's what I think Google realized again with Android, and they made the antithesis of an Apple device, and it worked. So
do you realize though, there is an alternate timeline where everybody is playing the Ouya and the Amico? Like that exists according to physics.
I was listening
somewhere.
I was listening to the Lex Friedman episode about how it's funny you say this about how I don't even know the terminology, but that it's some sort of string theory, I think, but not even about like how every instance of everything has happened.
Yeah.
So like, and
every
it exists.
Choice. Yes.
And I think this is what they were saying about like what they think might be happening and what we're seeing with like the ships coming in and out and all these things is like it's people traveling through time or these instances. And that they all happen parallel to each other. And so, yeah, there is a parallel instance right now where Ouya dominated.
I know. Isn't that something? It's like, Ouya 2's coming out, you guys. Towerfall, a new Towerfall. Towerfall was the best.
Towerfall was dope. It's a great game.
Yeah. Yeah. That exists because of Ouya, though. So thank fucking God.
But I will always remember. There are just certain moments at IGN that I remember where people were like looked at me like I was an asshole or like I was crazy, like in the pit, like in the editorial pit. And I remember one of those days was like the Ouya, and I'm like, everyone was like pre-ordering. I'm like, who wants that? I remember everyone's being like, you're such a fanboy, you know, like a fan. Like I'm like, does this $50 fucking Android thing? I'm like, why does it? The only other time that happened was with Xbox One reveal, where I was literally called a fanboy by someone, and I'm like, this is awful. What are you talking about? You know, but I just remember those things of this conventional wisdom. And I wasn't there for Stadia, but I bet you a similar thing. Yeah. A similar belief.
Although, listen, man, you know, Luna has kind of started to really push their, not just party games, but I was playing Hot Wheels 2 on Luna the other day. Plays fucking great. I mean, you know, eventually.
That Studio Milestone, pretty good.
Which one is that?
The guys that make that Hot Wheels, I think they make that Hot Wheels. They're like one of those like kind of low key racing teams that makes really good games,
really good arcade racers. Yeah.
Now that's Amazon, right? Luna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you have Prime, if you're listening and you have Prime, and again, no shill. I wish I got paid by Amazon. Just go there. You may not have the infrastructure for it where you're at in the part of the world, but can't hurt to try. Go to on your TV or go on your PC or your phone to Amazon Luna. They got Death Stranding up there. They got Tomb Raiders up there. They got a bunch. They got Indiana Jones, the Great Circle up there, and it doesn't cost anything as long as you're a Prime member. So it's pretty cool.
I had to read this one out. Gabriel wrote in the chat, there's a universe where Drawn to Death wasn't a flop. Sorry.
I know. I wish I was there now.
Drawn to Death should have. We've talked about it before. A single player game.
Yep. Yep. I know. I asked for it to be a single player game, but that was the only way I could get it funded.
Yeah, they weren't having it. I will say the one thing I think you and I totally agree on, and I think most people agree on, is that it's what I've tried to articulate about it. People are looking for a place to settle. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like because things are so transient and there were options, and now options are kind of being reduced to this digital ecosystem. Now you look for maybe a place to truly settle. And I think Steam's the place to be. If you are an open, you have money to buy whatever you need for hardware, and you don't mind walking away from what you have, and you're willing to start again, I think that would probably be the last time you would ever have to start again. And there's something powerful about leaning into it if you know that that's the inevitable result, pulling the Band-Aid off. And I totally get that argument. And I think that that's a completely salient argument. So I wanted to throw that out there, that I think in this all digital ecosystem, and this is what I was saying earlier, is that like I think Sony's got big problems. I just don't think it has anything to do with this. And I don't think the problems happen now. I think they happen later. And I think the problems are going to be pretty bad if they don't figure things out. So it's not to say that they're immune. They're not. But in the short term, they're good. In the mid to long term, they have a real fight on their hands. And I think they know that. I think they know that completely.
They're acting
like it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I said, I get it. I've never been look, just fucking play Steam. Just look at it on the internet. It is what an experience, because it is not just the variety, but just the social aspect of it. The fact that you're, PlayStation 4 played around with this a little bit with, if you remember, they had like the news feed, like Facebook when they launched, and that went away.
Communities.
It's like, yeah, it's really hard with the controller and all that. And I get it. And maybe with voice, it can be something that's easier for PS6 if they do it, but not, having the ability to just be on your Steam account and a new game comes out and you're like, oh, hey, you want to play this? And you gift it to somebody because you get 3 gift versions, and it's just, and then they share what they're playing. I don't know how to explain it well, but it's a really fun place to be right now.
No, I get, dude. Again, because I've told the audience this, and you know this, we really focused on Steam with Saint Slayer. We thought we would try to really make it big on Steam, and it worked for us. And I got to interact directly with all the tools there, not only behind the scenes, that's more like Barry's thing, but just the cohesive nature of the conversation around your game. And how it transcends from platform to platform, and you can see it perfectly on the browser or on Steam or on your Steam Deck or whatever. The problem with PlayStation is that and this is what I think they're trying to solve with PS6, and we'll see, is like it's an interoperability problem. The app is good, it's better than it's ever been on your phone, but like using PlayStation on a browser is awful. It's like you log in and then you're like, you click on a thing, it's like leaving website, and then like goes to this other thing, and then like you log in. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, why is this so bad? Do you not see how good it is everywhere else and how bad it is on your platform? And you're right, they did try to do some things, but I think they didn't realize that you have to kind of passively set these things up and then just leave them. So like you have a community board for every place, and sometimes people won't use it and sometimes they will, or you have this or that. I love all the tool sets, the granular reviews, the ability to see what people
on Steam, you mean, right?
Right, on Steam.
Yeah, the fact that every game has its own forum. Every game has its own reviews, and they're text reviews.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, and you can upvote, and you can give awards to people's reviews, like, "Hey, this was really funny," or "This was a really smart review." And you're absolutely right.
I assume the
Saint Slayer community on Steam is probably pretty big in terms of discussion.
Yeah, we had some discussion, and it's not huge, but we thought it was a huge deal. Like we got over 100 reviews on Steam, and I was like, that's more than we got on every other game combined on Steam. What we realized, again, I want to be careful with the numbers because Barry gets mad at me when I talk about the sales, but like I will say that our biggest seller was on PlayStation, but Steam was number 2, and it was fairly compelling, and that was never like that. Just on us putting a lot of attention there. And I'm like, yeah, man, Steam. It really opened my eyes to, I mean, I always knew this because I've talked up Steam for years, but it's like, damn, this just is so much better. So I from that perspective, I understand people, the board's being reorganized and people are going to end up in different places. And I totally don't begrudge anyone that. I think that's one of the things that people misunderstand about me is I don't care if any of you play on PlayStation. It's not for me to care about.
Right.
I'm just here to, it's what I say about 311. I could be the only fan of them in the world and it wouldn't bother me. Like, as long as that was like financially realistic or whatever. So it's the same thing here. It's like, buy what you want. I don't care.
You're like the Pharma Bro guy who bought the Wu-Tang album.
Right. Yeah.
You're the only guy that has the new one, the new 311.
So I think people need to do what they need to do. And I totally understand that. Is it a little silly where people are getting upset about the all digital move PlayStation is making by going to the all digital platform. Yeah, it's a little silly, but at least they're going to the better all digital platform where you're only going to be missing PlayStation and Nintendo games. You'll even get all the Xbox games there. So
yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's get into more of these chats, Jaffe, and see what people are saying here. A lot of things to get through here. Oh my goodness, holy shit. Okay. Coders says, Colin, please pay Locke to get therapy. He is a great listener and helps others, but is so down on himself. He needs support too. Great Sacred Symbols Plus, by the way. Yeah, I don't know how much it's him being down and how much it's him being European. And sometimes it's hard to balance and understand what's going on with that. But Locke's a wonderful person. And we got deep into it. I'm really glad people enjoyed that conversation. Thank you for that. Jay Dylan Schneider wrote in and said, thanks for the Comic-Con streams, Papa J. And being faster than Campia. What does that mean?
Goddamn right. Well, I every Comic-Con I'll do like a virtual Comic-Con, so I'll watch all the booths and I'll watch the streamers and I'll stream that because I love Comic-Con, but I don't like going anymore. It's too crowded. And so we found it was so great. So John Campia, I assume you know John Campia. He's got him and what's Rob's last name? They do like what you do, but it's for movies.
Okay, I've seen this guy. Right? Yeah, sure.
And they're so on the up and up that we were just trouncing them. It's like they were like 10 minutes later, they're like, "Oh, Ryan Gosling's going to be Ghost Rider in the new Ghost Rider movie," which is true. And we're like, dude, where the fuck were you 10 minutes ago, right? But I will want to say, I always point this out. JSD bought me. What a generous fella. All of these, I've never read the Berserk manga before.
Yeah.
And he got me the first 3 volumes of Berserk and I've started reading it. It is so good. It's just really fun and really violent. Sick. And love it. Thank you.
Yeah. The audience is really, I always tell people we have a PO box, but because people ask and it's like, fine, that's fine. But I prefer you didn't. I want you to take care of yourselves, appreciate you.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got. What did
I wouldn't have bought that shit for myself, and I'm so glad I got it now because I love it.
I probably have to show this on Sacred Symbols where he probably won't see it. But actually, this guy sent me. He sent me this letter back in April, and I keep forgetting to do it. His name is Ethan, and he sent me this like 2 steps, like this smoking thing. I don't know.
I can't. It's all. It's
called It's called the 2-step toker, all in one pipe. Store it and smoke it.
Oh.
And so people are always sending me funny things, but it's like, yeah, you don't have to. Don't worry about me. Worry about you.
I got a chocolate bar of magic mushrooms the other day from a guy named Dark Shadowy Place, but unfortunately, it's not regulated. I'm kind of like,
you're scared.
I'm not. I threw it away. I'm like, I told him I appreciated it, but I can't take that risk, man. But I love when people send things because A, I can populate the background with them. And B, it's generally just nice when they share something I never would have bought for myself.
Sure.
Sure.
Michael Lepper wrote in, said, just finished reading The Road and loved it. It's one of my favorite books. Now moving on to Blood Meridian. Colin, you said it was a tough read. Anything I should know going in? Yeah, Blood Meridian, I'm not even embarrassed to admit it because it's very common. And I'm a reader and Jaffe's a reader. It's like Blood Meridian's hard to understand, in my opinion. Like I had every chapter or two, I would go read like a synopsis of it. Because I'm like,
I've never even heard of this.
It's a Cormac McCarthy book about like the Southwest in like the 19th century and this.
Oh, okay.
To me it's a complex. Plus, everyone knows if you read Cormac McCarthy, even if you read like No Country for Old Men or like more accessible books, he has his own kind of style and like his own punctuation thing and like paragraphs, and he just doesn't use quotes and like. There's all these different rules. So taking all of that into account with his more sophisticated writing in Blood Meridian, which is an older book, I found that to be a tough read. But it's a really, really good book. Dagan and I did a knockback on it.
How's Dagan? We don't hear from Dagan much anymore.
He's good. He's working on the Saint Slayer physical version, but he's in marketing now. He's been there at this marketing firm for a while, and he's occupying all of his time.
Cool.
And but he's really enjoying it. He loves Mad Men, so I feel I like to think that he thinks he's in Mad Men.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good.
But yeah, I'll catch up with him this week to see how he's doing. But yeah, it's a joke in my family. No one hears from him. And when I would record with him, the first thing before anyone would even ask about me, no one cared about me. They would always be like, "Have you talked to Dagan?" When I'd like go to family functions. Yeah.
Did I show you this already? I may have. Did I show you this when I'm reading the Summer Slasher?
No, I don't think so.
I got it. Let me grab it real quick.
Yeah, sure. Jaffe's taking a walk off screen to grab something.
So we went to Utah a couple weeks ago, and we stopped at Target or something. And I just, I love their book aisle because they have weird exclusives. So they had this exclusive, which is called Summer Slasher, and it's packaged like a VHS, but that's just the slip case. It's like about 80s teen horror movie, but modern. It's a fiction book. And then the book itself is like a VHS cassette.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I just like all these cool new editions. And you got like the weapons on the side and everything. I'm a book nerd. I've become a big book nerd, which I like. And I just want to say I get the physical argument. I like buying physical books now more. As I get older, I like physical books. I get the stuff from retro games. Two things can be true. You can like it, you can love it, it can mean something to you, and you can also respect the reality of the market, which you or your fellow gamers helped create. So
indeed, we went into this last time. I tried to become a digital reader, but I lasted about 2 years. And then about 15 years ago, I was like, I can't do it. And I went back to physical. It was very satisfying for me because I've always been a big reader, less than ever now as like 41-year-old, sadly. But I was able to finally in my house here over the year, the last few years, unify all my book collections. So like my childhood books and my teen books, my college books, which are extensive because I major in history. So I had a shit ton of books there that were at my mom's house. And then all the books I had as an adult in California. And I was able to put them all together. So in my loft, I had custom made shelves and with all, but cool. I'm out of room, already. Now books are like getting tucked on top of the other books.
That's I like that though.
Me too. I always see that in the back. Like I know you watch a lot of Talking Head stuff, and I do too. It's like, and you always see that with people in the background, like all their books are just shoved in like every corner because they have nowhere to put them anymore. It's kind of where I'm at now.
What's the guy, Harlan Ellison? There was a documentary on him, and he wrote up in his attic, and it was just wall to wall of just papers, and it was like a mad scientist up there.
Good stuff.
Guillermo del Toro's Bleak House has a room like that. It's cool. Yeah.
All right. Next inquiry. Speedy Gamer says, all talk about the store closure, but what's the possibility of Sony shutting off support for syncing PS3 and Vita trophies to your account in the future? I hadn't even considered this, and I really don't know. I assume that it probably will be shut off at some point, but I think that would only happen if and when the PSN itself stopped functioning at all on PlayStation 3 and Vita, which is not happening right now. I've been told...
What does he mean cutting off support? I mean...
Well, like, in other words, like the PS3 will not sync with the trophy servers anymore.
Okay. So get your sync in because that's the last time.
Right, but I don't think that they'll announce that, and I don't think that would happen unless, again, they just took PS3 offline entirely, which I think is possible. But not anytime soon. There's probably still a couple million active monthly users on PSN or on PS3, so it's not nothing. But the bigger concern right now is getting the games you want bought, and then hopefully them kicking this down the road enough in terms of access to the store for games you already bought, where they can hopefully fold this into PSN in the future, and then it really won't even be a problem. Because even if PS3 goes down, maybe those games will still be available. But I think that's a pipe dream at this point. Just based on the fact that they have not figured it out yet, because it's just seemingly not possible.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't worry about this too much, but maybe one day, and something to keep an eye on. It's interesting though. I had never considered that. All right, let's see. Usain Bolt wrote in and said, where is the indication AAA where is the indication AAA coming from? What does that mean? That's what it said. Did they ask their banks for a credit information before they decided to give ratings to their game budgets? What? Where is the indication? I don't know what you really mean. AAA
like
coming.
What causes not indication? Where is the where does it get the stamp to say that it's AAA?
Yeah, I think that's what he means. Where did they ask the banks for a credit information before they decided to give ratings to their game budgets? Yeah. Oh, I think I understand what he's saying. Where did that come from? Like AAA, where did the idea of having a AAA game like that nomenclature, I think is what he's saying, comes from? Did they ask their banks for a credit information? Because credit, is usually AAA, AA rated. So I think it's a joke.
Marketing. Maybe. Oh, he's tries to be funny, but I don't think he speaks the English so good.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you for writing in. But I think that's what you mean. And the answer is I don't really know, actually. Do you know where the terminology AAA comes from in games?
I have no idea. It just kind of feels like it was there very early on, but probably was a PS1 era thing when you started getting a very disparate budget experience. Like you would get something that clearly like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon was like, holy shit, and then you'd get something, I don't know, Bubsy 3D or something. And it was a way to make, but I don't know why they use those terms, but it probably comes from finance, I imagine.
Usain Bolt wrote in again, said that dog is so sweet.
Yeah, he's a very sweet dog. Come here, but he's under my desk right now. Come here. All right.
Love dogs.
They're the best ever.
Oh my God.
Courage, come say hi to Colin. Come here. Up. No. You're not getting under there, you son of a bitch. Fuck him. Whatever. He's down there.
I don't know. I love dogs too. Our two dogs are great. I wish they can be around here with us, but Treble is too small to get up the stairs safely. And so if we let Rush up here, she gets upset being alone and she tries to come up the stairs.
The baby.
So we've kept them downstairs.
Yeah.
We have to, when we go to bed, we have to carry her upstairs. So ridiculous. All right. The Danny Rainbow wrote in and said, I don't know if he would do this kind of thing, but Louis Rossman from the FULU Foundation would be very interesting to interview on Sacred Symbols Plus. They are fighting for digital ownership rights. A few people have recommended me this person. He's in my notes. I got to look into this more because I have not researched him much further than that. But yeah, apparently this is something that they're working on. And yes, I would like to fight that fight. And therefore, I think that that's something that we will certainly keep an eye on in the future. So yeah, it's in my notes. Noted. And I appreciate the heads up. Zayman 2045 wrote in and said, you and Chris said that wiping your behind with a moist wipe would likely clean it better than a bidet, yet you play hours of Power Wash Simulator. I don't know how the two really relate, though. I'm not playing Power Wash Simulator because I'm saying it's the best possible choice for cleaning your house. I'm just playing it because it's enjoyable. And by the way, I found the Star Wars expansion to be quite delightful. You want to know why? They just stayed stubbornly in the original trilogy, which I appreciate.
Good.
You never went to the diner from episode 2 or whatever.
Right. Watto's Garage.
Yeah, Watto's Garage. Oh my God, I would have loved. Now maybe they do that in the future, but it was cool. Cleaning the AT-AT was cool, and the Falcon and the X-wing. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. So I do recommend that. I got to get the. I don't know anything about Adventure Time, but they did do Adventure Time, an expansion for Power Wash Simulator 2 that I have to get to at some point.
Do you know the game that company made before this? Was it the one where you could warp your ship?
Yeah.
It's really good. Nobody bought it.
No,
it's just amazing. It's amazing how this just hit and that didn't, but they were both really good.
It is funny. I brought that up recently to someone too. It's they got with Square Enix and made this really esoteric game, and there's a million games that have tried to kind of replicate it, but they're not right. They're not right to, I think, a lot of the audience. There's something so simple about it. So their first game was Velocity Ultra, or Velocity, and then they made Velocity Ultra, which was a port on Vita, and I think it later came to PS3. Superb game. And then Velocity 2X was the sequel to that, and that was the one where
you get out of the ship.
Yeah, the pilot actually gets out of the ship, and it's those games are fucking awesome. They are hard as nails to do them and get the highest S-rated scores or whatever. But yeah, it's funny you say that because I had a little bit of a relationship with those guys. As I recall, when I was at IGN, I believe that it was a husband and wife, that one was the director and one was the producer or something. And they were big PlayStation fans. Velocity 2X was a pub fun game back when Sony still did that. And they wanted Sony to buy them. They were it was never going to happen, obviously, but that was and the guy would make fun of it. And that was his aspirations. I love PlayStation. I want to be a PlayStation studio and all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, they made Velocity 2X, and that was during the PlayStation Loves Indies or Hearts Indies era.
Right.
And really, really fantastic game. I'm so glad you knew that because a lot of people don't know anything about those games. And yeah, Future Lab became this huge studio based on fucking Power Wash Simulator.
Yep.
But it worked out for them. All right. Let's see. A Blue Haze wrote in and said, I'll be renewing my PlayStation Plus and buying several games on PlayStation Store this week to push back against the hive mind internet brain rot driven Sony hate. I mean, this is the kind of thing. This is the back and forth. This is Hogwarts Legacy all over again. People are like, I'm going to buy 17 copies of Hogwarts Legacy. You know,
Dude, use your money. You know what? It's not gonna. Okay, that's such a waste of money in either direction. It's like fighting the ocean, with a fork. It's like, okay, why not?
I think he's probably being a dick. I don't think he probably means it.
Probably, yeah.
Price Don, or as I like to call him, P. Rice-A-Don, wrote in and said, I'd be interested to see the percentage of people who love physical media who then play a game day and date on Game Pass. None of you are buying the disc. I will agree that this is an argument that the Xbox fan base will, by and large, needs to sit out on, because the future they're suggesting is actually way worse than the digital a la carte future that people are so scared of. That's a digital future where you're paying for subscriptions for things you'll never own, and they don't even pretend you do. Not that I give a shit about that really, but
Yep.
I just don't understand the subscription stuff in games. It's just not how I play games.
I do like what they're doing with the discs, though, because I do think a valid complaint is if you're one of these people and you have collected since PS1 days, and now what am I going to do with obviously, I don't think PS5 is compatible with PS1, but this backwards compatible thing, the fact that Xbox sounds like they're going to let you take your disc and get a download from it. So while you still won't be able to put your disc in, it can somehow recognize you own a physical copy of whatever, PS4, Uncharted 4, whatever, Spider-Man 1, and it just is in your library. I think that's important to do. And Xbox is doing that, it sounds like.
Yes.
So I hope Sony follows suit.
Me too. There's much work to be done just on the frontier of digital access. Generally speaking, about one pro-consumer thing that I think Sony does that's really cool, though no one notices because no one really owns these things, is like if you own a PS1 classic of a game that then a PS3 or Vita version of a game that was like Legend of Dragoon or something that like then comes to PS4 or PS5 is like in this new format, they just give it to you. So there are little.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
How would they know? How do they know you own Legend of Dragoon? Because there wasn't a PSN at the time.
Well, no, the Legend of Dragoon PS3 or Vita port or PSP port, the PS1 classic.
Got it.
Remember that?
Yeah. Okay. Not the actual disc.
Yeah, like when Sony was doing a virtual console style thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I wish that those were so frustrating because there were so many games released and some of them weren't even translated and stuff. It was really weird. All right, let's see. Jared Morales wrote in and said, here to say, do not buy Grand Theft Auto 6 and disconnect your PS4 and PS5. I mean, that's what you got to do.
But I want to play it.
So I'm going to play it. I hate to tell you, I'm going to play it.
Sorry, Jared.
KB Megaru, or
make a more compelling argument, because no. Anyway.
Says Jez said the future of Halo will remain Xbox exclusive. It's clear that he and the Xbox base believe that Halo and Gears are heavy needle movers. Yikes, he writes. And I actually just saw, ironically, Jez wrote in and said, bring back mini discs. Jez, so in the early 2000s, I bought a mini disc player, Jez, and I was so confused by it that I returned it. Like they actually took it back. Like it was all cracked. Like I broke it. I had it out of the package. I'm like, I don't understand how to use this thing. Like you got to like connect it to your computer. It wasn't reading my USB drive or something. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with that thing, but I wanted it. That was when Sony still made it electronics. That's a different era. But back to KB, he says, Jez said the future of Halo will remain Xbox exclusive. It's clear that he and the Xbox base believe that Halo and Gears are heavy needle movers. Yikes. I know Jez disagrees with this too. And I've tried to have Jez on the show, by the way, but he's never available when I want him to be available. I need him available on Fridays. That's when I need Jez, but he's not available on Fridays. People don't like this argument, but I think like speaking about the future of Halo and Gears beyond these immediate games is kind of stupid, because the reality is that there simply might not be Xbox hardware to launch these games onto by the time they're ready. Like, if you're talking about games that are 4, 5, 6 years away, I don't think there's any guarantee that things look the way they do now for Microsoft. And people didn't like this argument that I was making about Xbox exclusivity, like about Fallout, for instance, Fallout 5, where I'm like, Fallout 5 is so far away. Why would they commit to anything with it? It'll obviously come to PC, and then they can kind of figure things out from there. So I don't know exactly how much he believes that, because Gears is not going to move consoles. It looks awesome. I don't think Halo is really going to move consoles either. And my feeling on this is that nothing is going to kind of move Xbox consoles, at least this generation. And I don't know what next generation really looks like for them, because I don't really believe they're releasing hardware the way you envision it. I have a hard time believing it. Like, I want to see for myself. I'll believe it when I see it, kind of thing. So I think OEM might be in their future, or some sort of PC running Windows with an Xbox shell on it that lets you access other things. And at that point, it's like, well, what are we even talking about what nothing's going to move that, because those games are all going to be available on Steam. Unfortunately, based on the choices they've made, the not releasing their games on PlayStation thing seems like cutting your nose off to spite your face. But I think that they have to do something. They have to try something. I feel a lot worse for Clockwork Revolution than I do for Gears. Because I think that game's no one's going to care about it, unfortunately, even though it looks awesome. I think it looks great. Are you into that game?
I am, but why are they not going to care about it? I care about it. What's going to make people not care about it?
It's not going to. It's going to be released on. No one's going to buy consoles for that game.
But it's coming out this generation, right?
Correct.
So it'll be on PC. It'll be on PC.
Right, but that's the whole point I'm making. Is like there will be no. I mean, I'm not the first person to observe this. Is like there is no. I think even Reset Alinea was talking about this. Is like, because of the fact that they release their games on Steam, not releasing your games on PlayStation is really just a token thing for your audience. It has nothing to do with the strategy behind.
Oh yeah, I think the game's going to do really well as a because that's In Exile, right?
Yes, and
yeah,
and I think it'll be good. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it does. I think it looks great. I was disappointed that it wasn't coming to PlayStation. I cared way more about that than fucking Gears.
Sure, but no, I think I could see it being one of those, Expedition 33s or Baldur's. It just becomes like the flavor of the year for a lot of people if it's as good as it looks. And that studio, what I'm excited for, it looks good, but also I like the idea that a studio that is that learned, I guess, in the nonlinear storytelling that they've done, like Wasteland 3, which I thought was excellent. Doing that at this scale now, I think if they are actually able to pull that off, could be really exciting.
I agree. Yeah. Wasteland. I played one of the Wasteland games very briefly, and I'm like, oh, this is too complicated for me.
I only really played the third one, which was the most recent one, and I really just liked how it felt like my choices mattered, and it really felt like I was controlling the story. It was really, really cool.
I guess what I'm saying is for a game to be Xbox exclusive really just means that it's not on PlayStation. They should just stamp that on their box instead, not on PlayStation, which is fine. Oh, let me ask you this, because I have a hard time envisioning this. There seems to be this idea that a Fallout 5 or even an Elder Scrolls 6, which will be much sooner, these will be exclusive, like console exclusive to Xbox. Do you think that they would do that with those games? They're huge games.
But I think so. It's hard to know, but some of the news has been that Asha and those folks over there have been. They seem to be kind of upending a lot of the take as much time as you need, make what you believe in, make what you want, and it's like, no, you guys give us a Fallout. You guys give us an Elder Scrolls. That's what we know you're good at and people love. And it's time to fucking make.
What a genius move.
Right. Well, I know. But frankly, that's what got Sony in trouble too. Nobody should have greenlit Laufey. Are you out of your fucking mind? But whatever. But the too much arty farty. We're storytellers, not enough we're entertainers. That's all. Both these companies have suffered from that. They believed the press, and that was stupid. But anyway, and in that decision of, okay, you guys pivot back to Elder, you guys now at Obsidian are taking Fallout, we're going to make some fucking money. There's also been the conversation that it's going to be faster development. Not faster like, 18 months, but you're not going to have as much time as, whether that ends up being the case or not, we'll see. Maybe they just can't make the games any faster, but that conversation has come out to the press or come out to the internet in the same time that we've gotten the conversation that they want to do console exclusives, blah, blah, blah. So if indeed they really feel Helix is going to be a return to traditional console business model, then I think it makes all the sense in the world to launch those games exclusively on their console, and then maybe bring them to PC in 6 months or a year. But those two things do line up. Whether that ends up being the truth, I don't know. But I mean, if I ran Microsoft, and I had those brands and we had sunk money into those brands, you might be losing money on the individual piece of software, but that would move units. And in moving units, you're making every dollar you sell on something else on that console. So I'd take that gamble on those brands.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I saw someone in the chat say they don't have the balls to do it, and I'm like, that's kind of how I feel right now. But we'll see how it lines up, because I do think the one thing I was saying was salient that a lot of people didn't want to hear was like, they don't need to make these decisions right now. Like them saying like, we're going to commit to like where these things come closer to launch is not them being, it's good marketing and stuff, but it's also being like, we'll have this conversation in like 3 years. We'll make it for PC and we'll spec it for whatever. And then we can port it like when we're ready to do it. So I honestly don't think they know. Like that's what's interesting and exciting is like, they haven't made a decision on this. There's no way.
Yeah.
And if they have, that would be so premature and so stupid. You would be setting yourself up for a potential disaster if you were just committed to something like that already. But I think, because what you have to, like, here's the thing, Jaffe, is like, it's getting hardware out there, but assume that the hardware is sold like with a small subsidy, or maybe they make $50 or $100 a unit or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you get some people like that, but you withhold the game from a platform where people would buy it by the millions. You still have to kind of balance out like how it really works monetarily for you. Like,
sure.
You would sell these
but
hardware.
If it moves the hardware, and if there's other things people buy on the hardware, I'm sure that would balance out very quickly. You might lose, I don't know, 30 million copies sold. That's crazy. But let's just say 20 million copies sold on PlayStation. Man, I'm just pulling numbers. And that would hurt. And that's money left on the table in the short term, but maybe that gets you 15, 20 million Xboxes sold. At which point, then you're starting to see money coming in from the licensing fees from everything else that gets sold.
Yeah, assuming people are buying it.
I don't know. Yes, yeah,
like and staying there.
Stuff.
Yeah, right. Like I think this is complicated, like for them. And
you either make that decision or you say, "Fuck it, we're just going to be a publisher."
I think that's ultimately what's going to end up happening. But right. I think it's gonna take them time to get there, and I think they're going to try. And I appreciate them trying. I think Asha has identified something that I think is important, something we brought up earlier, which is like Sony is vulnerable. I don't think Xbox has what it takes to do anything about it. And in their current state, like I think it's just they've just made too many concessions. Like Halo's coming out tomorrow on fucking PlayStation. It doesn't make any sense. So but I think she realizes like they're not quite running away with it. Like a well-run, organized Sony with better execution and better decision making really could have just completely run away this generation, and it wouldn't even been it would truly be over. But they kind of just fumbled around, and I also think the economic situation has not helped anyone. So, which I think is complicated too. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what they do with some of this stuff, because the purpose of buying all of these things was for Game Pass, and Game Pass will no longer be the determinant factor on anything at Xbox. And so they have to figure out how to sell these things a la carte. I also think a lot of these studios are going away, and I just don't think that they've said that yet.
Which ones?
Not the Bethesda stuff, but just other internal studios. Like if they have 1,600 more layoffs to make over the next calendar year, I think it remains to be seen. I think it's going to be based on how people do and how games do. That's why I feel bad for... And I've said this a million times, but it is my hope that they understood internally what they are doing to the Coalition and Exile by taking their ports away. And so I hope they went to them and said, like, you guys are safe. Or we know what we're going to
lose money, but it's not because of you guys.
Right. Like, yeah. I guarantee, I said this before, that I know someone that works on Call of Duty that after the PS4 announcement, like where they were going to release it on PS4, he's like, dude, everyone's so pissed, because they're going to not sell millions of copies that they sold, and they're not going to make as much money on their bonuses and stuff like that. And you have to understand that like Xbox studios really have no probably great or fewer ship bonuses because they're shipping on the Game Pass. So there's like, they can't base like projections on, we have 500,000 pre-orders and all these things. And then like, they were probably looking at the Coalition being like, oh my God, we're going to release a game on PlayStation 5. Like we're going to probably
Right.
sell some units, probably a couple million units, and on the console, and we're going to get some nice money out of it. And so it is my hope that they went to them and said, like, well, we'll still give you your bonuses, or we're not going to, like, you're safe
Right.
from layoffs. We'll see.
Well, if they don't do something, they're gonna, it reminds me of like when Netflix and all the streamers really started to muscle in on theatrical releases, and a lot of these stars were going, we don't make the kind of money we used to make. We don't get residuals on a Netflix show. It's so funny. It's like that's why you see, like, you mentioned Mad Men. I look at John Hamm. John Hamm is in everything. And it's because he can be, because the seasons are short on the morning show, and then your Friends and Neighbors, and then he was on Yellowstone, or one of those Landman he was on, and he's in a couple of movies, and he is just like, yeah, because it's a different industry now. So
yeah, him popping up on Curb was it was so surreal and weird.
I like Bryan Cranston when he was on Curb. That was the best.
Yeah, Bryan Cranston's funny cat.
He just didn't like his chair. But anyway, yeah. So I think there are going to be other publishers that don't have to live by those weird economics of Game Pass. And I wonder if that's going to create people going, well, fuck it, I'll go work for one of those publishers, because I do want my bonuses based on sales. But
yeah, that's the thing, is that I think some of these Xbox studios were finally going to see how that worked for them. I just feel bad for them, because I don't, because you not only worked at studios but owned and operated studios, is like, yeah, the money's really in, like, you obviously make your salary and stuff like that, but you're hoping for big sales,
or you're hoping to get acquired, right?
So
one of the two. Yeah.
Tacky Lives wrote in and said, it's not about nostalgia, it's about money. Used games and sharing game costs less. They got cheap games for years and don't love games enough to pay. I agree that there is a lot to this, and it's the shoulder on the or the hand on the shoulder meme, where it's like, you have to understand that it's kind of mutual, unfortunately, for the publishers and the hardware manufacturers, where they're like, yeah, you don't love our games enough to pay for them, and we really don't love you enough to support you anymore.
Right.
And that's the unfortunate reality. I totally understand people mitigating cost by selling games and reselling games, and I don't think you don't have the right to that. Again, Nintendo went to fucking court over this in the 80s and lost. Like, you own your game and you can do what you want with it. I'm not disputing that at all, but you have to understand that you're making the argument for why they don't want to work with you anymore. They simply can't. They only tolerated it as long as they felt like they had to. And now they simply don't feel like they have to tolerate it. And they've been trying to poke at you for years and years. You brought up the online pass earlier. That was with Twisted Metal and other things. What Jaffe's referring to, for people that don't know, is that PS3 games and Xbox games would come at that generation for a few years, would come with these online passes with an alphanumeric code that you would put in the PSN. And you would have to put that in addition to buying the game. It was free, but it would let you give you access to the online features. So if you sold the game, the person who bought the game would have to buy an online pass for the game.
Because once you use it once, it's done. You
right,
can't
exactly.
transfer it.
And people freaked out about it, and it didn't last very long. And I think it was a little shady. I thought it was weird simply because it's like so little money. It's like, you're gonna nickel and dime these dudes for like $5 or $10. Like, who even gives a shit at this point? But they were just trying to dissuade you from selling.
It was a big deal, though. I mean, I remember talking to Shannon at one point about one of the Gods of War. And it had reviewed well. It might have been 3, but one of the Gods of War, there were just tons sitting in a warehouse. Not because it wasn't a good game, not because it didn't sell well, but because, and that was a single player game. I mean, well, it may have been Ascension. I don't know, because there was an online aspect to it. But people were, you get God of War, you finish it in a week, you sell it back. Why wouldn't you? Right? Unless you're a collector. And so they always had to do something. And I think when you say they finally got to a point where they could, there was always discussions of this. And what ended up happening was, it was like, yeah, but we can't piss off the big box retailers if we stop selling discs. And now, because, GameStop's pretty much gone. And a lot of people are getting their consoles from Amazon or whatever. It's not as big of a deal anymore. And so maybe they just realize the infrastructure is big enough for people to download, and selling in the store isn't what it used to be. now's the time to do it.
It's
It's not like
funny.
this is a new idea for these guys.
I feel like I remember there being some friction back in the day with PSP Go. Do you remember that? Like where
I love the Go, but
I don't think the retailers were thrilled about selling it.
Probably not. Yeah.
Because it basically cut them out. And times have changed, obviously, and they have no leverage. And now we've gotten to the point where GameStop's own CEO is like, we don't care about game sales, which is like, which is so funny, but it's true. I mean, that's what it's like. That's the difficult thing about this, is that it seems like there's no friendly entities of size to this, because they all, not only do they all want this to kind of happen, but they all understand that they all understand better than anyone this is where it was all going the entire time, because they have insight into how you're reacting. And that's why I was saying, and we said this a couple weeks ago on the show, is like the best way to hit them if you're a physical player, in my opinion, is to just disappear, because they know we're not all just like these anonymous players to them. They can go and see, like, this is a physical player of games. This is a digital player of games. This person has spent this much on our games. And if they just see like a silo of people that are leaving that are all kind of behaving similarly, they might make different choices. But again, I think that they certainly calculated correctly that this was going to kind of decay. I don't know. I think we have to do a postmortem later on about this, because it's still kind of ongoing, and there's still an opportunity. Maybe something will change. I don't think so, but maybe. It's like, I think there's a lacking, there's no likability to this movement, in my opinion. Like there needs to be a finer, there needs to be a finer approach in terms of communications of how one comes off of.
Well, I don't think there needs to. I don't think it matters.
Well, because you're saying it's hopeless.
Well, A, it's hopeless, and B, most people don't give a shit, right? Most people, if Wolverine is good, they're going to be very happy with their PlayStation 5. Grand Theft Auto, if it runs well on the PS5, normal, not the Pro, they're going to be very happy with their PS5. Most people do not give a fuck about this. And the people that do, it's great, but they're, it's like a homebrew club or something. It's like your numbers are really small. And it's not that means your voice doesn't matter, in the sense that I respect what you like. I get why you want to keep your physical games, but there's just not a lot of these people out there. If there were, Sony wouldn't be. I mean, it's so obvious. If you guys were as numerous as you pretend you are, the problem wouldn't exist to begin with, because Sony would never, walk. It's like if McDonald's stopped selling French fries, people would have a problem, because tons of people buy McDonald's French fries. When McDonald's stopped selling sushi or gelato as an experiment, which they did over here at my McDonald's, nobody gave a shit, because nobody was buying sushi from McDonald's, or at least not enough. So I mean, Sony can communicate. Why not? But I don't think it's going to make a difference to sales at all.
Yeah.
And people come at me online and they're just like, well, you're just giving, some of these people. I asked one guy, he didn't respond to me on my comments. I'm like, do you talk this way in real life? I'm like, part of me would be super cringy embarrassed if you do, and part of me would think it was awesome, because they talk like comic book characters. It's like, we're gonna fight, and we're gonna release the anger of 1,000 gamers, or whatever, 1 million gamers on their headquarters, and they will see. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Are you a broken little person? What's wrong with these people?
Well, I think I understand caring a lot about something, and I understand feeling like this is an existential thing, in terms of it's what we said at the very beginning of this conversation a month ago, is there's nowhere to go. It really is kind of over. Nintendo already signaled that they want out. Xbox has long been out. PC's been out even longer, and PlayStation wants out of this physical games thing. And so it's mourning the death of something that really can't function outside of homebrewing anymore. Like, people make cool NES cartridges still and stuff, and that's awesome. But these digital lockdown consoles will really never have that kind of ecosystem. And so you have to, it's the death of something that people really enjoyed, that they thought they would be able to do forever. And I get it.
I just wish they would get to the proper stage of grief where they should be. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's the 7 stages of grief. It's like, you guys need to be not at acceptance yet, but be sad about it, but accept it, because,
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you this, because I asked Chris this on the show last week, and I don't really know where I stand on this or if it'll happen, but I wonder if there's some sort of danger, Jaffe, in like, I wonder if this rubber bands on the people that are upset at some point, where people are like, eventually, like a few months in, every post PlayStation makes has these images and these people, and at some point people are like, all right, enough. Like, we want to get, we the plurality want to get back to the games and like the way things are going, and like we can't,
what they make.
I wonder if that will happen. I kind of look at myself as an observer. I don't really have an opinion on it one way or the other, but like I feel like that's a distinct possibility, because the numbers are already going down in terms of people's responses, and so the next logical response after that is that the numbers dwindled enough where they get, I guess, overwhelmed by other things or something. I don't really know.
Yeah,
but I think people are starting to like kind of not consider the fact that you only have so much oxygen and so much time to strategize and like and I think they kind of have squandered this month. That's why, again, I didn't want to shit so much on the hashtag PS blackout that we had brought up earlier. And for people that don't know, I can show you again here.
I'm looking at the blog right now. I just want to see what they've how it's been going for them.
I'm sure it's all still bad on the blog. Dude, they're always awful. The PlayStation blog's always awful, though. Like, I'm surprised. It's so funny the things people say with their PSN names. Like, like with no fear. You know, it's like, it really goes to show you. That's what I always say is like, Sony wants to keep you as a customer. They don't want to lose you. You would think based on their behavior that they think otherwise, though. So I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen with this.
This is what I love. I love this guy. He posted, "When are you going to reverse the DIS decision? You still have time to salvage your public image." It's like, are you delusional? Their public image is fine. You fucking nice human being.
Yeah, I understand the hurt. But I agree with you. At some point, it is. I don't think it's there yet for me personally, but it's going to become. It's like, all right, guys, like. The meme I used to describe it to Chris was like the meme of the people all talking in a circle, and then someone like says something, and then they just put the thumbs up, and then they keep talking.
Oh yeah. I love that one. Yeah. That was such a dismissive, awful meme, but it's wonderful. Yeah.
And I think that like that's where it's going to end up probably going ultimately, because or these people can really be persistent. I don't know, but I just feel like the numbers are obviously just lower.
You got a guy in your chat saying their public image hasn't been fine for a while now. What does that mean? It's been fine. It's people are buying their shit. They're going to keep buying their shit. Do you mean like on NeoGAF or Reset era? Okay, maybe, or Reddit, but so.
Yeah, I think we are enthusiasts that do things like stream and talk about this stuff, but yeah, we have to accept that it's just not the way it is with most people.
No.
You had said it earlier. It's like the lack of control that these people have, this contingent has over the argument goes to show you that they're just not high in numbers, because if they were, it's like you said, Sony would have never even dreamed of doing it, nonetheless doing it. Instead, they finally realize they're going to get away with it. And I think my whole argument is not that people shouldn't be upset, but that I think there's a lot of blame to go around. And I think people are focusing on Sony, but not, again, it's my argument about Requiem, where it was like, I couldn't find a copy of Requiem. And I'm like, well, Sony didn't publish it. Like Capcom underpublished the copies of it. It's different.
It is different. I'm curious, and these are the kind of arguments I get too, and maybe I just get frustrated because I really do enter conversations with people with an open mind. I don't mind being wrong. Something I cite all the time. And when people say, "Oh, you never admit you're wrong," I'll tell them, when you told me when Trump said, I was like, well, Trump said there are good people on both sides. And you said, no, you need to go back and watch that clip unedited. And I did. And I'm like, holy shit, he never said that. Even though I can't stand Trump, the fact is that was not true.
Right.
I'm like, oh, cool. Thank you for the truth. Right. I don't have to be right. But this one guy is saying, without offering, like, they don't offer any evidence. He's talking about Pork Poncho says, I disagree, Jaffe. Right now, people are buying, but the image is fading. You can see it start to bleed into the casual gun and ball gamer, etc. Okay, maybe that's true, but what facts do you have to back that up? You just writing that you can see it bleeding into the casual gun and ball gamer based on what? What's your data to suggest that's a real thing you just wrote? But to a lot of people, that's a win. It's like, yeah, fuck you. Like, well, okay. I was really genuinely trying to talk to you, but I guess we're not doing that.
Here's the thing, though. I think that the console space is so, all gaming is so multidimensional. It's like a series of city states. It's like territory that's just occupied by a bunch of different disparate people that speak different languages, and they have different interests, and they believe different things, and they want different things, and I just think that that's hard to accept. And because like with that fabric of people on your console, it means that there is no consensus on anything, and there is no
right.
Like there's no control over anything, really. It's
the only consensus are the numbers. Not because it's like I'm a cold guy, but because that's proof of what warm-bodied flesh oxygen breathers are doing. That's the only thing we really have proof over.
I believe that, as I've said ad nauseum, Sony is in trouble, I think, with PS6 in the mid to long term. I'm not even entirely sure not a lot of it, but some of it has nothing to do with them too. Like a lot of it has to do with the fact that this thing was going to be this cheap, affordable device under the assumptions of the way tech was going when they were making it. And like everyone else, they're fucked, right? Like they have this thing that you can't back away from now that's probably going to be almost twice as much as they wanted it to be. And that's true for everybody. It's true for your iPhone. It's true for your fucking computer. It's like, and so I think that that's part of the problem that they're going to face. But the bigger part is that like people don't feel a need to move on for the first time ever. And that's something they're going to have to contend with. And what I think you're going to see clearly is just a multi-generational PlayStation that supports all the stuff at the same time for years. And I want to see how that plays out. If there was that study from a fairly reputable firm saying that they anticipate PlayStation 6 selling 4 million units, or no, I'm sorry, I think it was like 4 million units in its first year, which is really not good. That's like PS3 level. And now it's unclear. They're talking about fiscal years. And so if they launch in November, that's 4 months counted, which is why PS3's numbers look so soft. But I think they're going to have this thing. They're going to have a problem. No doubt.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
No doubt.
I agree, but
the problem for us is that the physical game people are going to think that they were the ones that made it happen.
Right. Well, yeah.
Which maybe they do. Maybe there's a part of that. That's true. I don't know.
Well, fan favorite Port Poncho. Apparently I'm supposed to say fan favorite. He says, you make a good point. I never meant it in bad faith, but here's what you're saying, Colin. He says, we will never have the information and hard data to back it up until after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but well, after the fact, you don't know if the data was caused by you or not. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Everyone's interested in I think Sony's quarterlies come out next week, but they're not going to cover this part of the calendar. We're going to have to wait until like November to see how this all shook out. Maybe late October or something like that.
But you kind of already know a little bit, right? Because there was a report last week about in 11 territories, the number one PSN game is the Grand Theft Auto edition. That's the $100 edition. And like the number 6 one or this 4th one is the $140 NBA 2K edition. So again, you can say this all you want, but not only there do you have proof that the majority of gamers don't care about physical, but you also have proof that the majority of gamers don't care about spending more than $80. I'm sure they would rather not, but their behavior is all that you can go on, right?
Again, it's totally anecdotal, but I'm really haunted by a comment I saw on a video of there was a guy that was covering like college football. He's like a college football 26 or 27 creator. And then someone in his comment, he was talking about microtransactions or whatever in his video. And then someone in the comments was like, I'm an NBA 2K player. It's basically the only game I play every year. I buy the special edition, and then I spend about $1,000 in microtransactions a year to make the game as accessible as possible for me. I work a normal job. It's really nothing to me because I work, make 80 grand or whatever. And this is like my entertainment, And I'm like, yeah, that's who you're competing. Like when you're going on and on, it's like, that's the shit that Take-Two is seeing behind the scenes is like, this dude just spent $1,000. This PSN ID spends $1,000 a year on our game. You know, the average lifetime spend on the PS5 is something like $500. So it's like there are just people that outweigh you with their decision making, and they consume the decisions of 20 people. And this is what I was saying earlier about
there's
like
a lot of them.
Right. It's too decentralized. It's not the way it used to be. Yeah.
I think a real opportunity for someone with a creative and entrepreneurial spirit is to, because the thing a lot of these people want, like I said, it's still there. It's just not where you're looking. You know, like to quote Raiders Lost Ark, you're digging in the wrong place, and someone's going to figure out a way. It ain't me, because I've tried to talk it ad nauseum, and like, I mean, all these people that are like, where's the, I mean, God, it drives me fucking crazy. God damn it, Colin Moriarty. It really does. Listen to this. Where's the magic of Parappa? Where's the magic of PS2 and PS3? Motherfucker, Genshin Attack just came out last week. You play a train on a fucking rail in Japan, and it's delightfully great. It's all this, it's weird, it's strange, it plays great. It's sitting at like a 9.2 on Metacritic. Anyone who plays it loves it. There's a demo, go fucking try it. All the shit you say you want. And it, by the way, is on PlayStation. No, you're not playing that. You're not fucking playing that. So please do me a favor. A, I would like you to bring me a nice cold Diet Coke. And B, please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up.
It's parched.
I'm just, I'm parched.
Help him.
But right, I'm just like, these games are out there.
You don't got to tell me, man. I say it all the time. It's like, it's like everything you want. I mean, when I say we are in a perpetual golden age. Everyone's like, what are the good years and the bad years of gaming? I'm like, that's fun. That's a fun academic exercise, but there are no bad years anymore. What are you out of your fucking mind? Like, like look around. There's so much. I have to accept. I said this the other week. There were only 364 games. 300. That was it. Yeah. Like, there were no decisions. You know, like you were waiting for the game. Like you would line up this, right.
Yes.
And I'm like, now I look at things all the time, Jaffe, and I'm like, I can't play that. Like people have been recommending the shit out of that game to me, and I'm like, I'm in kind of this. I gotta like prepare for these other releases that are coming up. I fucking hate. I hate that we live in this world almost where there's so much good shit that I have to ignore because there are good games that are dying, and it bums me out.
Steam literally has a new feature where when you log in, it doesn't just give you your queue, like, oh, here's games we recommend, which is pretty good and pretty effective, like you were talking about like with Spotify, but it also says, now there's so many games, it's like, here are the games coming out on Monday that we think you'll like. Here are the games coming out on Tuesday that we think you'll like. But I will say that PG and J for you has a good point. He says, but I don't want to be a train. Fair. Totally fair.
I don't
but
be a train.
You're going to be a fucking train, bitch, and you're going to like it.
Death Shoot wrote in. Said, do you think data-driven gets overstated? Business priorities shape the conclusions, not just the data itself. Humans at Sony have to interpret it. That's true. That's what I was saying earlier about if you were going to make Fallout exclusive to Xbox and they sold X million units based on that of consoles, is it actually more valuable to them than selling the game to a broader base? Like, someone has to interpret that. Like, you have to make a call because there really is no right answer. I totally agree with you. But I do think he's saying business priorities shape the conclusions. Yeah, the business priority at Sony is to make their margins better because their margins are too thin. And this is the first place to go. It's not going to be the last thing they do. There's going to be more shit. I assume they'll shut down more studios, and I don't know. Because I think that here's the thing it all comes back to, Jaffe, is that people made fun of me for this for years, but I've been saying it the whole generation is like first party and exclusivity really doesn't even matter that much anymore. There are obviously things that define your console and define your ecosystem, and you want to have those. But this idea that you're driven through the ecosystem based on the back of first and second party games is preposterous unless you're playing like 5 games.
Unless Capcom wants to release a console.
Right.
But besides that, yeah, you're right.
Right. Like, so to me, I just don't know that. I think Sony looks at it and they're like, there's nowhere for us to even really fit. It's the argument that Shuhei
100%.
Shuei, so I think he kind of regrets this call, but I understand it at the time because he talked about it on my show. Is the reason you walk away from Resistance and Killzone is not because people don't like first-person shooters, but that you already sell a really dominant first-person shooter on your console, so why make it?
Right.
And I think Sony has kind of come to the conclusion, unfortunately, if you really care about their first-party games, where they're like, yeah, we have to figure out a way in. Like, what defines us? And I think what they think defines them is third-person, story-driven cinema games. And to a degree, they're right. Michael Mumbauer.
Mumbauer's in?
I think I just always blame visual arts for
the downfall. I love
for driving the cost up. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it worked. It worked for a long time, and maybe it's still gonna work. I'm not distracted, but I'm logging into my PS account because I want to see.
No, it's all good.
Someone's like, well, what's your data that Genshin's not selling? I'm like, I'm about to tell you the data, motherfucker.
Yeah, if you just
which is I guarantee it won't be in the top 10 on this or Xbox, but it takes me a second. Anyway, speaking of Capcom, I thought about you this weekend. There was some really cool Mega Man stuff at Comic-Con.
Mm-hmm.
There's a company called Jinma or Jamma that they had some really cool Mega Man figures there. So
yeah, I saw my buddy Kenny, that's a toy dealer. He always thinks of me with that stuff, and he sent me an email of it, and it's cool. Like, it's a little disappointing because it's another company doing Mega Man toys, like, so it's another fresh start.
Instead of I see.
I think Jada was doing the last ones, and they were really good. Like, I think they didn't say they're canceling them, but I think they said something like they're stopping for now, which is too bad because they're just starting to get into it, and they're starting to get to the good stuff. But I saw figures of like some cool ones, a new Rush figure, a Dr. Light figure, a Roll figure, and then some really obscure shit. So they had Beat, which is the bird. And I also saw that they had Eddie, the flip top, like the flip top robot that like meets you on the stage sometimes and gives you an item. So I was like, wow, you're getting kind of into some of the nerdier shit, which is cool. So yeah, thank you for thinking of me.
They looked great. They look great. By the way, top 10 games on PlayStation Network as of right now in America. I'll just give you, tell me if you can find Genshin Impact. Grand Theft Auto, $100 is now sitting at the bottom, but it's still number 10. Number 9 is Roblox. Halo's number 8. NBA 2K is 7. Soccer, EA Soccer, whatever the fuck it's called. And then NBA
2K26
is discounted at 90% off. You can get it for $7.
Yeah.
So college football is 4. Black Ops 2 is 3. Call of Duty is 2. Number 1 is Fortnite. So no, my friend, there's your data. There's no Genshin Impact.
Dude, Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
The 2K27 with Caitlin Clark is selling better than Genshin Impact. So sit the fuck down.
Black Ops 2 is number 3. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. That game is 14 years old. Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else we have here. We have a lot more to get through. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay. Kira JPC says, don't forget that Circana data from last year. 63% of US gamers only buy 2 or fewer games each year. The trend towards digital only goes is done. The trend towards digital only goes is done. I don't know what that means. But yeah.
Oh, Genshin Attack. I'm so sorry. I'm not talking about Genshin, whatever. I'm not talking about the gacha game. I'm talking about the train game.
Yeah, I think it's like Sega Attack style.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Circana. Sorry.
Yeah. No. So, Kira, you're absolutely right. It's not even digital gaming. It's not even digital game purchases. It's digital gaming. The idea of free to play gaming and the way people interact with games. Like I said, like we've said over and over again. We were talking about acceptance. I have accepted that it's not really for me anymore. I'm the fringe player. Why can I accept that? I don't know.
Well, maybe, okay, but then you really do get into a more human conversation and a less, geeky hobby conversation, right? Which is you accept it, I accept it. And again, some people are going to call me condescending, but because you've probably got other things going on in your life that define you, right? There are people that are myopic about this. And I understand. I used to be that kind of guy when it came to movies when I was a teenager. And I lived my happiness level was based on the box office. Like if other people were watching and spending tons of money on a Spielberg film, I was validated. It was a personal response I had, right? I see a lot of similarities with things like this, where it's like you and I can accept we're the fringe players because there's other things in our lives that bring us joy and value. And I'm not saying that's the only reason you would be upset about this, but I do think for a lot of them, it does mean something more to them at a psychological, personal level. And that's why maybe their response is so foreign to people like us, because it's like you're not really coming at this in being fully honest about why it matters as much as you say it does. That's what I think anyway. Do you agree or no?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it's embedded in a lot of the ways people talk about the memories and the nostalgia and the midnight launches and the opening of the presents and the I mean, I think that, and I get that.
Yeah, me too.
We're all deeply intertwined in this. Like, what's funny is that people talk to me about it sometimes. Like, I don't come from that era. I was there. I know. I'm 41. You know, I got games for Christmas through high school and into college. You know, and there was no digital game ecosystem to buy from until I was almost out of college. So it's like, I know, you know, like
but somewhere along the lines, you got it in your brain that you can both mourn that and love that nostalgia, just like I have for Atari and in television, and accept the fact that now we're in 2026 and things change. And now, and what these guys don't get also is the younger generation, their nostalgia is totally different stuff. Their nostalgia is Fortnite and Club Penguin and Bo Burnham and these kind of YouTubers like YouTube Rewind with Felicia Day and Psy doing Gangnam Style, whatever the fuck it was. I mean, it means the exact same thing to them as it does to you. It's just packaged differently. It's, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's funny, like, I think I mourned physical games a long time ago for multiple reasons. Number one was I identified two things where I was like, why is anyone even interested in these? Why are anyone even interested in these anymore? The first one was they stopped giving instruction manuals and doing all these cool things with the maps and everything like that, which really happened during the PS3 era. And then the second thing was, and this really happened really more in the beginning of the PS4 era, was the games just weren't complete anymore. Like, people have this.
Oh, right.
Like,
right.
I understand the resale value and all the rest, but as far as like game preservation and all these things people say, it's like you're getting the worst version of the game. You're going to be contingent on having access to the digital version's better. It's the argument we were making the other day about, like, you buy CDs to rip FLACs, which are better than like what you would get on Spotify. Like, actually playing physical games is the worst like way you can play a game today, because you're getting like the most base game. So I identified that years ago. And it didn't really make any. So I think I just mourned it maybe long before the optionality of it was gone. But the other thing is that the second digital games were made available to me, and it really started with Virtual Console, but certainly a lot of the early great games, like some of your games on PSN and all the rest. And then I'm like, I love this. Why would I want to buy a physical game? I could just download it and play it this way. And so that, to me, I think I became what is probably their traditional consumer at this point, which is people that feel the same way, you know?
Well, and then people say, oh, well, what about the outage? And I'm like, what if the power goes out?
Yeah. Also, first of all,
what if
as I
you want to
understand
buy a game at 3 a.m. and the store's not open? What if it's sold out? I mean, the frequency of your internet going out for the majority of people where they live, or the network going down, is so rare that it's not a really good argument.
Well, I think it's a bad argument for multiple reasons. Number one is you can still you're a true tourist if you don't know that you can play your PlayStation games offline. Like, if you don't know that about like any game on your console can be played when you're not on PSN, you're a complete faker. The second,
not really.
Yeah,
not
you can.
Really.
Any game.
What like I tried. Okay,
if you're
so last
on your
night,
primary PlayStation, if you download a game and then the PSN goes out, you can play it.
Well, last night, because I said I turned my PlayStation on again because I was fucking with a capture card. Hadn't turned it on for 4 months, 3 months, whatever. And I went to play some game I had downloaded on the PSN store, but my internet, I had forgotten the password. So I had to go get the password. But before I did that, I'm like, oh, I want to play a quick round of whatever this is. And it's like, oh, well, you need to sign in to prove that you own the license to this. So in that case,
well, because you hadn't signed in 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
You know, what I'm saying is like if the outage is like for a few days, like
I see.
I think it's 30 days or something like that. So it's
And then it'll ask you for the
right,
license.
which I think is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
There's only been one outage that has lasted that long.
Right. Right.
But so that to me has like heavy like transient energy, which I'm like, you don't even like where I'm like, you don't know that about the PlayStation that you apparently love and covet. You don't know that you can play your games on your primary console. All right. So, but the bigger thing that, that gets me is just this idea of the PSN going down to begin with. It's like, see? And I like want to look around and be like, are you new around here? I'm not justifying it, but the PlayStation Network goes down all the time. Like, it literally the PSN, the way it went down yesterday, and it really didn't go down. It
wasn't even Sony's issue.
Right. It was Amazon. But that's that's the price you pay when you load that kind of shit. But it's like the network has gone down like that hundreds of times.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like now I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's good. In fact, it's a great argument of why the PSN digital ecosystem needs to be fixed. But people are like cluing in on these things, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like it's like new. See the serendipitous timing of the network going down for the fourth time this month.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, come on, man, give me a break. Give me a break.
Well, no, I was. Oh my God, you're right. I didn't know it ever went down.
Yeah, it's like, wow, dude, we didn't. I definitely wasn't a journalist and wrote a story every other day about it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, wow.
And then it's like, don't you understand? This is the argument I'm making, that it needs to be so much better. Like it's so bad.
Yes.
And digital and physical games are not going to save us from them needing to fix this problem. And I'll just say again, two things. One is that I don't think they're going to do it voluntarily. I think they need to be threatened by government interference.
I agree.
And it's not going to be just Sony. Sony will be just a minor player actually in this, because it's going to be much bigger entities.
And it's not going to be just games. It's going to be movies and music and all of this shit, you know. And
the second thing is that the unfortunate reality is that I don't know if it can be retroactive. Like, I don't know. I think they have to pick a place to start. And I think that's about as good as we're going to get. And then maybe over time they massage contracts with different publishers, and maybe there's even small options to be able to do it manually, and all that's good. I agree. But I think that that's going to happen with some level of interference. I don't think these companies are going to do it. And the other thing is that I understand what happened to my account, and it's what animates me. And I've communicated this many times to Sony itself, but also to others, is like, knowing that I got my account back based on my connections and that it would have been in limbo and bad things might have happened is what animates me to make sure no one else ever has to feel like that. So you don't have to tell me. I know what it's like. It happened to me, and it's awful, and I don't want it to happen to anyone. Yeah. So these are the fights that we need to have, in my opinion. All right. Oh my God, we have so much more to go there. What time is it? Oh my God, we've been going for a while. Do you have a place to be? Any places to be? Because you can go whatever you want. I don't want to hold you.
Well, no. I what I would say is in a few minutes I'm going to go to the fridge to get a Coke. Yeah. Besides that, okay. Now I wish I could see, because I know since I'm not the one running the stream, I can't see all the super chats that have been backed up. Because I can go through them pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have them here in this list. I have to click and then bring them up. I'm sorry. All right. Dustin will be back, in the coming whatever, and then we'll. No,
I don't mind. I'm just saying that if you're feeling like we need to wrap it up,
I'm not feeling anything. I'm fine. I like going long. I feel like people. I don't want to hold people up. The Spick and Span says, "Remember, peeps, we can stay irrational longer than Sony can stay solvent. We don't need their games, and if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. Whatever you say,
it's man. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, listen, I'm going to say this about piracy one more time. If you're pirating new things that are easily accessible, you are a loser. You are stealing, like literally stealing, and there's no excuse for it. You can make excuses for stealing, in quotes, or downloading old games that are not easily accessible. I don't care if you're like, I emulate Genesis games, or it's like, who cares? No one cares. But like, if you're bragging about going and down like people do with Switch games and stuff, like by the millions, it seems like people are downloading these games. It's like, that is such loser behavior. You just because you can't afford or don't have direct access to something on the market doesn't mean you get to have it. It's theft. You can justify it however you want.
Well, and this little logo, this slogan they love so much. If buying isn't owning, the problem with that though is you're not being honest about what you're saying. You consciously do I think this is awful? Yes. But that they do this? Yes. But you consciously, when you buy something that you say you don't own, check a box where you say, I'm okay with that. Thus, what you have bought and what you have signed up for and agreed to buy is the license. And in the agreement you've made with the company, which I think is awful, they have said we can pull this at any time. So you did buy something. You do own that license. You'll always own the license, even if it's useless. So it's semantics to a degree, but you're just simply wrong. Which is the unfortunate part for you, not for me, because I'm right.
And I've expressed this too, is that there's an inherent broke energy with piracy, wherein even if you like are into it, you would probably want to keep it secret. So that so that you wouldn't let everyone know that you can't otherwise access these games through normal means.
Yeah.
You know, like that to me is always the most confusing thing.
Corey Barlog writes in and it's Corey LA Timer writes in and says, isn't Sony stealing their movies when they pulled 500 from the user base? No, because you agreed to that deal when you bought them. And that's why both Colin and I are in total agreement that the government needs to step in because they're not going to regulate themselves, and that should not be allowed. But it's not stealing. It's them doing exactly what you gave them permission to do.
Yeah, and I would love to know more behind the scenes, like with that Studio Canal thing that everyone's talking about. That affected so many people that I've not seen anyone personally say that their movies were removed. They just connect to this PlayStation.com obscure blog post that tells you that it's happening because you otherwise wouldn't even notice. But nonetheless,
yeah. And if you're going to call yourself a pirate, if you're going to do the work of the pirate, please, you don't get the cool pirate name. You're a thief. You're a robber. Be that. But you don't get to be a pirate. Pirates are cool, motherfucker. You ain't cool.
You're the wet bandit.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I just I've talked extensively about I used to when I was in high school, it was the height of Napster. Napster came out when I was in 10th grade. CDR came out when I was in high school. Like, we were doing shit. I was 15. You know? Yeah. I realized pretty quickly that it was wrong. A lot of the people that fought against it, that everyone busted balls about, are actually kind of heroic figures, like Metallica, for instance, that everyone hated, and it's like, no, they were right.
Hated Lars. Was it Lars? Lars was the one. Yeah.
They're like, no, you're right. It's something you do when you don't have a fully formed brain, and you don't realize the consequences of such actions. But yeah, like, I don't know, bragging about piracy, to me, I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not going to do that. But if that's what you're into, I'm not here to control you.
If you're really, look, I mean, you and I have means. I get it. If you love media and you're just broke, it's still not okay any more than it's okay to steal a Ferrari just because you can't afford one. But I have sympathy there to a degree, of course. It's not okay, but I understand. But the ones that are doing it kind of like, well, I don't like the company's decision, so fuck them. I'm like, no, if you don't like the company's decision, I respect that. Just don't buy their shit or don't use their shit. But I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
first game I ever pirated was Super Mario Brothers. So
I let me think here.
Or Mario Brothers, the one in the sewers, that one, the arcade one, whatever that was.
Let's see. I had an NES emulator, like Nesticle. That was like the big one back in the day. And then SNES 9X. And like I had a Genesis one as well. That's as far as with emulation, I never went any further than the 16-bit stuff. I can say that honestly. On disc, Dreamcast discs were comically easy to copy. You didn't even need to do anything to your Dreamcast to make them run, which was hysterical. And then I had a modded PS1 that would play copied PS1 games.
Right.
And I used to rent games and then copy them. That stopped in like 2000. So yeah, I don't know. Teach their own, I guess. That's what you have to do. It has a weird, like, the whole piracy thing has a weird energy to me, where I'm like, it's such a strain, like you're getting one over on the creatives. I don't know. It's a strain, and I think people will justify it however they want it. Like anything, people will justify things however they can. So justify away. I think you're a loser personally. All right, let's see. The son of it wrote in and said, shout out to the LSM crew and especially those of us who suffered heavy physical, emotional, or sexual abuse as kids by our makers and clawed our way out of misery. We truly are survivors. Love your kids, parents. I think this is in regards to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode. I mean, we didn't talk about deep.
Well, if it's not, I've said things that I didn't know I said on this episode. What?
I think,
but you're right. Love
I
your
think that's in regards
kids.
to that. We talked
Treat
about
them
physical
as the
and
treasures
emotional
they
abuse.
fucking are. You goddamn right. You goddamn right about that.
We didn't talk about any sexual abuse, but that's an awful thing for a person to go through as well. Yeah, of course. But yeah, that was that Sacred Symbols Plus episode really resonated with a lot of people. Anyway, interesting. Read the room. The son of it.
Sai Sinataro, whatever, says, this is what I don't get. Y'all lying to defend stealing is so lame. Sony is in the wrong. You lying to try and prove it only devalues your position. This is what I was talking about. People who argue. And I'm like, what does that mean? You're not offering anything. You're just using words to go, I don't agree with you. You're not offering a counterpoint at all.
Well, yeah, what he's saying, y'all, he's saying like,
he's saying us.
No, I don't think he is saying that.
Oh, well, then I like him.
I think he's saying
I think he is
people lying to defend stealing is so lame. Sony is in the wrong. Them lying to try and prove it only devalues their position.
Okay, well, now I like this guy.
Yeah.
I didn't like him at first, and now everything I said about him is the opposite.
He says it wasn't directed to you, it was directed to the chat. That's the way I interpreted it.
I love you, Sai Sintaro. I love you. I want to make a baby. Okay, got it.
Easy does it, boy.
Oh, well, I'm excited for the Spider-Man movie. I got to get that energy out somehow.
Troy Branch wrote in and said, what needs to happen is to spread awareness of the digital licensing issue. The disc people need to push the ownership angle itself. Push Steam and its library, the almost unlimited backwards compatibility, the extreme sales. Yes, agreed. Amazing, we already talked about that, but I totally agree 100%. And you got to just see the forest for the trees with this one, I think. We can protect all of us, as opposed to this niche of people that like physical discs are going to protect us from horrible things happening anyway. We need to do something about this now. It is a wake-up call. I'll give them that. Usain Bolt wrote in again and said, don't forget that consoles break and you cannot use your discs anymore. Maybe you guys in the chat need to work a little bit on your hardware skills. It's not very nice. It's true, but it's not very nice. Matt Sanders wrote in and said, get Maddie on stream for a more balanced take on physical.
There's no balanced take.
Yeah, what is unbalanced about it? That's a good point, Jaffe. It's like, what is unbalanced about it? Because neither of us play on physical, I think we're making all the same arguments. I don't want them to go away. I'm sad for you. I'm not selling. I don't know that maybe someone is out there being like, this is good.
And like, I play on physical more than I ever have. I'm not against physical. I like physical. We're not. Yeah, I know.
Anthony Dacker says physical discs murdered my mother.
Well, yeah, that's different. That's different. If the disc don't fit, you must have quit.
We must have quit.
Yeah.
All right. Solid Duff wrote in. Said if Amazon buys bulk physical, it gets discounted later. Does Sony get the cut at full price or discounted? Sorry, character limit is hindering my question. My assumption is that they are getting paid up front for all the games. And then, because I doubt that Sony would be going based on access to the game later on as they drop sales. I actually used to know someone really well that worked at Amazon. I've never thought to even ask this question because I got a lot of interesting information about that, about how it works, but I never asked
I think the people that are upset about physical are going to be delighted. Not the ones that are upset about losing their collecting things, but the ones that are worried about price. If these other stores are able to start selling at a discount, they're going to be ones that can afford to do it. And you guys are going to be like, holy shit. This game just came out and I can get it for $10 off, $20 off. This game came out a month ago and they're selling it for $20 already on Amazon or some mom and pop online store. And it's just a code. Might give mom and pop. Well, no, they can't afford it because you got to buy in bulk to be able to do that. So you'll get it on Amazon though. You'll get it on Target. You'll get it on Walmart. You might even get it on GameStop. So I think it's going to be actually good if what we understand about Sony being forced to make these companies sell cards is true.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's funny that they still have to kind of play ball a little bit to get regulators off their backs.
Sony does.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Death Shoot wrote in and said, Marathon, I love the PvE update. Why do you think the player spike only lasted a day before the decline continued? I think it's too bad.
You have to buy it for fucking $40.
Yeah, you have to.
I was excited about it, and I almost, but I'd already returned it and got my money back on Steam. And then they said, oh, it's only running for a couple of weeks. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to buy it because I liked the idea of it. And then I'm like, well, you want me to buy it just to play a mode for a couple of weeks? And then why didn't you at least let me play it for free for a day over the weekend to see if I wanted to rebuy it? I think that is probably part of it, because I hear it's a great mode.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good. I know Chris liked it. Yeah, the $40 price point obviously is a non-starter for some people. I just wish we can reconceptualize multiplayer games as being things that can be ephemeral.
Yeah, I know.
I know we've talked about that, I know, in the past, and there's so much pressure on these games to be these permanent performers where that's not really the case with almost any other game in the single player space. I mean, obviously you release a game like The Elder Scrolls or something and assume it's going to sell tens of millions of copies, but over time, unrealistic expectations that this, as Chris always says, and it's true, is like, this wasn't supposed to be their main game. This wasn't supposed to be like the big thing they were doing. Sony was foolish enough to not have anything else going at the same time, and they should have never bought Bungie. So it's
the games you're talking about do exist. Again, not to be a broken record, but the friend slop games are designed to be flashes in the pan. You play them for about a month and you move on. We started playing one this weekend, which is you're on a submarine. It's really cool. You can do the periscope, and you can do the torpedoes and load the torpedoes and steer it, and you're jumping into these different stations, and you get hit and the whole thing starts flooding and people have got to repair it while you're fighting this, and it's great. And I bet it'll last as long as it lasts, which is probably 2 to 8 weeks. And it probably only cost about $650K to make. And they'll make a boatload of money and move on to the next thing. I love that. I wish Sony made more of those.
Yeah.
I wish Sony made a Twisted Metal like that.
You
have to break the bank for everything, you guys. But anyway.
Okay, let's see. I just got an email from let's see what it is, from my HOA.
Uh-oh.
Not like I actually don't dislike my HOA. They're totally fine. But they send like these little missives to everyone about like what's going on. We want to provide an update regarding the community landscaping. We have also noticed a significant decline in the performance of this company and understand the concerns many residents have expressed. Last week, the association issued this company a breach of contract notice due to the ongoing maintenance issues. We have since met with their management team and drove the community together to review the areas requiring attention. Okay, cool. I didn't know there were issues. All right, let's see.
I see your super chat, Rory. I see it, Rory. Don't worry, baby. I got you.
Yeah, sorry, we don't read under $5 because it will be here too long. Human Missile Crisis wrote in and said, just popping in to say hey to you both. As an LSM Patreon subscriber and a member on Jaffe's YouTube, I speak with my wallet. Y'all are the best in the biz. I've also been on a digital PS5 since launch and never looked back. Thank you for writing in. Thank you for your kind support. Do you know this person? This is a great name.
Yes, he's delightful. I love his name. He's a very big supporter, and I appreciate it very, very much.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice name.
And if you have any money left over after you've given Last Stand Media your money, which you should,
thank you.
Pop over to Papa Jaffe's channel.
Yeah, please do.
David Jaffe Games, and we do all kinds of things. It's delightful.
Besmolo says, do you think they'll close more USA studios? They're getting more expensive. Even games as a service have a better chance out of China because of nonstop content. Yes.
100%.
I think actually, do you know the guy? I'm trying to have him on the show. I haven't heard back from him yet. Kiwi Plays or whatever, the Kiwi Talks or whatever.
Alexa, stop.
It's the guy that does like a bunch of like industry interviews. He's a really interesting person.
Okay.
He's done like hundreds of them, I think. And he just had a guy on from India that makes games over there. But I think within the conversation or something, it came up that like I think Rockstar's biggest studio is in India. That like like the most people out of any single studio making Grand Theft Auto is actually in India because it's cheap, and it's going to be really, really difficult to compete if you're working in California or Washington State or even North Carolina.
Maybe they'll keep some of the top end creatives there. Maybe, but one could argue you may not even need that unless you are doing some kind of cinematic game. But with AI and outsourcing, I think it's going to get worse for American studios. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's too bad, and the cost of doing business here is too high. You see these. I think Japan even, and certainly it's even more pronounced in South Korea, and it's even more pronounced than that in China. But they're making games in Japan for nothing. Like games like Resident Evil Requiem,
40 to 60 million is what I hear. Can you believe that?
It's like that would cost $300 million at least.
Yes,
here.
at least.
And that's a big difference. They sold an enormous amount of copies of the game, so it wouldn't have mattered in quotes, but it does matter. It's a couple $100 million more in profit. And that's going to be the make or break for a lot of games that don't do Requiem numbers. And so, yeah, I think Eastern Europe, South America, India.
Eastern Europe is huge.
Yeah. And then I think, and then like China, South Korea, Japan. And then I think the place, to Sony's credit, that they are trying to crack into is Africa. And it's very nascent there. Like, obviously, it's a very underdeveloped continent, but like they want to be there. They have actually a relationship with a mobile company in Africa called Carry First. And I think they're what happened?
I just thinking, who the perfect person to run Sony Africa would be?
Oh no.
Smash TJ Maxx. Whatever his name is.
Smash TJ Smash?
Is that his name?
I don't know.
The guy that you destroyed.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's racist, because I don't know if he's racist, but it just seems to me that he would feel like every game, why is there all these black people in my games? It's like, well, your main audience is Africa. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we're some white people.
Sony, to their credit, has been pretty good about trying to spread the field, because there's really almost nowhere else to go. The big places where they could stand to make a lot more money, like Brazil. It's just the I don't know people that know about the economic situation in Brazil, but like the tariff situation is insane there, and so there's only so much you can really do in some of these high population places. So I think they're trying, and PlayStation is apparently doing appreciably in China, which is good for them. But yeah, American games, the American AAA games industry is
it's
dead man walking. I think we all
know who's coming up territorially as a great game developer is North Korea. The only problem is the star of every game is little Kim. But other than that,
I wonder,
the games are really good.
Imagine
every fucking game.
Imagine how interesting that would be if they released like a really good, like propagandistic game that was on Steam or something, and people played it and like, holy shit, these guys can actually like make video games, and it's some bullshit, but that'll be funny as hell.
It's like I kind of like the great leader. He's pretty good. All of a sudden, I don't know who's the new guy running it. Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un, yeah. That's Kim Jong-il's son.
Yeah,
Kim Il-sung's grandson.
Sifu. Yes, my cyanide says Sifu.
Kim Jong.
That would be great. That would be great.
To this point, Kira JPC says games cost as much as blockbuster movies now. Digital sales are to Sony what theater sales are to movies. Physical discs are irrelevant to sales. It's not that they're irrelevant. It's just that they make so much less. So it's easy to throw them away if you only need to replace them with a fraction of what you've thrown away, in quotes. That's the advantage that they have.
By the way, yes, I would describe Call of Duty as propaganda. I love Call of Duty, but if you need any proof, all you have to do is look at Bobby Kotick when he acquiesced to China when they got rid of the Tiananmen Square footage from one of the last Call of Duties.
Right.
It's total. Yeah. I mean, it's not propaganda in the same way, but yeah, they
want to play ball.
They're selling a vision for sure.
Project Aries wrote in and said, if people don't get this upset about disc, I can't wait until Sony reveals the PS6 console doesn't exist. It's Stadia time.
Hey, baby, I love streaming. You know I love streaming.
It exists. Everyone needs to calm down. Now, when it'll come out and how much it'll cost, that's a different story.
Yeah.
The Fat Mish wrote in and said, if the PS6 is $300 to $400 and it has no local processing, streaming only, would you guys still buy it?
Yes.
I would, out of curiosity, but they're not going to do that, and that would be
no
insane.
I mean, any game I can stream, I stream, 100%. But I'm not gonna, you guys know my views on that. But streaming for me has been an excellent experience and the best way to play games. I'm playing Black Flag right now on GeForce Now, and it's fucking gorgeous.
I just don't understand. I guess my whole thing is that I understand it as an option, but I don't understand it if you could have the game locally, why you would ever want to stream it.
Because, well, maybe if you're on PS5 and it's identical, you're right. But I bought a brand new PC about 18 months ago, and it's already behind the times. I don't have to download anything. I don't have to put anything on my hard drive. And more importantly, I don't have to upgrade my PC to get the very best graphics. You can play the very best fucking version of Assassin's Creed or Cyberpunk on a average $400, $300 laptop. That's why, because you don't have to chase the hardware anymore. They just bring you the latest and greatest every day, and they upkeep it. The updates are there. But again, mine runs like butter. You wouldn't know. A lot of times the games I stream, people are like, wait, you're streaming that and you're streaming your show? I'm like, yeah. But some people don't have that situation. And of course, for them, it's not ready yet, but it will be, and they'll love it.
Hey, 1426 says, Jaffe, can I really trust your opinions on Sons of Sparta when you couldn't figure out how to shoot the roof in Metroid? Just saying. They will never let this one go.
Well, let me explain something, you stupid fucking whore, hillbilly, rope holding up your pants, son of a bitch. Okay. It's, and I need to make another fucking video about this one day. My issue was not that Metroid was too hard. My issue was the onboarding was poorly done. And you can say, but there was a tutorial. I mean, you didn't know. It doesn't matter. The first time, and I'm surprised Nintendo published it. The first time you encounter a place where you have to do a certain mechanic outside of the tutorial, you don't give the player 20 other options. You lock them in that room and you say, here's where we're training you to understand in the context of the game. So for my eyes, I didn't see those things as holes, or they looked like holes, and I jumped and I couldn't get through them. So it's not a skill issue, you whore. It's not a yellow paint issue, you whore. I fucking finished Elden Ring. I finished Bloodborne. I could probably kick your ass in Marvel Tokon already. It's not a skill issue. It's an issue of poor onboarding. No, you cope, you twat.
Xnaut 2000 wrote in and said, if Guerrilla wasn't making Hunter's Gathering, could Horizon 3 have come out before 2028? Bummed knowing I won't have the full trilogy in my collection. Maybe. I think it seems like they're all, or most of the teams working on that. I imagine Horizon 3 is a real thing. I mean, if you played Horizon 2, Horizon 3 is absolutely a real thing. Unless they're just not going to finish.
People were very confused, though. They thought we were talking about something else.
There was no confusion. Yeah. That person's a fucking retard. And it was like, people went back and listened to it, and like, it's so obvious that they're not talking about Horizon 3. What are you saying? Yeah. That shit pisses me off, because
why would I have access to Horizon 3? Why? What?
There's no contrition. These, like, I think let me see if I can find this story. Actually, I'll see if I can bring it up. It was on comic book.
Bring it up and I'll take some of these free chats.
Okay.
Jaffe plays moving simulators and thinks it's the shit. Moving simulators? What is that? Cunt. Let's see. Best of luck to Hunter's Gathering. Oh man. Look, like I said, I did think mixtape. Yeah. Yes. Christos. Mixtape is one of the best games of the year. Guess what? So is Assassin's Creed. So is Winrose. There are lots of fucking games out there. You fucking myopic twat.
You loser.
Yeah, you dummy.
I found the story, by the way, I wanted to bring up, if you don't mind. Or you want to keep going?
No. Please. I was doing that while you were doing that.
So this is the where the story comes from, I think, is this comicbook.com story. Horizon 3 report gives first update on PS5 and PS6 game. And they write this thing about how you and I were talking about the game. And then at the top, they say, update. It's since been clarified by one of the two sources referenced below, Colin Moriarty, that the unspecified Horizon game he and the other source, David Jaffe, were referring to was the already announced Horizon Hunter's Gathering and not Horizon 3. Like, there's no...
Yeah, there was no...
Like, we're sorry for the error, or we regret the... It's like, I don't know how you can... I'm so sick of this trash. Because they even look... Yeah. Here it says, let's say that people have gotten their hands on it, and then they put in the brackets Horizon 3. It's incredibly well executed, but it's been there, done that. This is what they're saying. It's like...
Yeah. Oh, right.
So, like, it is Horizon Hunter's Gathering. Everyone knows that because the game's been in fucking open... Everyone knows it's a testing right now. We weren't... Yeah. Oh, my God. Anyway.
I'm going to close the chat so I don't get distracted. I just want to address this briefly.
Yeah.
Large Hog Gamer. I just can't with these people. Streaming will never be it. It works for movies because you don't have to input with it. In games, microseconds of delayed input matter. Do you think I don't know this? What you're telling me? Wait, all this goddamn time I've been supposed to be using this thing? I thought this was a vibrator from a vagina. Well, shit, fire. I know how it works, motherfucker. And I also know that there's microseconds of a delay between a wired connection or a wireless connection in your home. Whether it is because NVIDIA or Luna have done great jobs with some predictive behavior or because the data center and the internet's getting better and better, what I am telling you is it is not noticeable. If you were fighting an Evo match, perhaps. But it is not fucking noticeable. Ask Gene Park. You don't believe me? Ask Gene. He started streaming some games and says, holy shit, you were right. This is really fucking good. Fucking, yeah, the physics won't allow what you're saying. What do you think? I'm lying to you? You think I make money if you go sign up for fucking NVIDIA? Good God almighty.
Well, you wish you did, probably.
I would love that. Fucking please sponsor me. I'm very brand friendly.
Yeah. Awesome Tatum wrote in. Said, Colin, Jaffe, my guys, thanks for the chat. Are we all in for Beast of Reincarnation? It is looking very cool. August 3rd. I thought it was August 4th, actually. Let's go. Excited. Yeah, I think it looks great. I do want to get to it. I don't know if I'll get to it right away, but I think I'll get to it before the end of the month because then...
Stu was tweeting about it recently.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's involved with it, but he seems pretty high on it as well.
I'm looking forward to it. Looks great.
Yeah.
Brutos says, just finished replaying Control, so I'm mentally fresh for Resident. That's on my list in the next few weeks. What does Jaffe think of Remedy games?
I am interested in Resident because it looks more actiony, but other than Max Payne, I have huge respect for their artistry. I do need to go back to Control, but I think it's something because they're Swedes, right? I think it may be like a Swedish.
They're Finnish.
There's a pacing issue with all their games that I find difficult. Like I played a lot of Alan Wake 2 and I just got to the point where I'm like, I can't anymore. So I think they're really a little bit too ponderous for me, but I do respect them a great deal.
Yeah, I love Control, and I played Alan Wake only for the first time all the way through the last few years, and I loved it. I thought it was an extraordinary game. I was like, this is a really, really great game. And I was in love with Control. Not that you asked me, I think everyone knows, but I have to get back to Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 was so busted on PS5 Pro when it came out that I abandoned it and just never went back to it. But I did like what I played of it. And then I want to replay Control because I played it on PS4. I'll replay it on PS5. Get ready for Control Resonant. Really excited about it. I'm very happy for them because I was always of the mind. I was always kind of confused why they weren't selling more copies of their games. And their new president, I don't know his name off the top of my head, but he comes from EA. And a lot of people were skeptical of him at first, but he gave an interview where he was basically like, yeah, like, I don't know why they're not, like, we need to be selling way more copies of our games. Like, our games are way better than the sales figures suggest. And I agree. I don't think they haven't permeated outside of like the core gamer, and they should. It comes off to me as Ari Aster style, or like very distinct, auteur-driven, vaguely interconnected. I think it's super cool that they're like, even Quantum Break takes place in the same universe. They just need to push harder because there is a bigger audience for them than
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think they need to open the valve about 20% to let commerciality in, right? So like you look at Control and the cover of Control, and it's just this lady. She's like holding her hand out. You have no, and it might be perfect for the Criterion collection if you know what the game is. But if you're just kind of browsing on a digital or IRL storefront and you see that, you're like, I don't know what the fuck that is. Like there's no sense of what kind of game it is just by the title, the cover, right? It doesn't feel like, oh, this is an action horror game or something, or it just doesn't. Same with Alan Wake. Oh, I play an author coming to. It's wonderful games, but they should be if I were running it, I would say please keep doing exactly what you're doing, but you've got to let in a little bit of meat and potatoes commerciality, or these things just aren't going to sell. But
I think the failure of Firebreak kind of scared them too, where I think they know what they. I think they understand now that they got to. I don't want to say stay in your lane, but like you can evolve. Like Resident Evil evolved, beginning with Resident Evil evolved multiple times, but again more recently with 7, right? And it basically rejuvenated everything. And Resident Evil's bigger than it's ever been. It's huge. It's like so big. Now I think Resident Evil 6, ironically, is still the best-selling Resident Evil game, but that's another story. Another story for another day. But I think they have more upside. And I also think the Max Payne stuff's going to do well for them. So
yeah, I'm excited for that.
So we'll see what happens with them. All right. Pork Poncho wrote in and said, for the rocky future Sony is clearly steering into, do you think Nishino has the ability to right the ship? His original Sony roles weren't gaming. I'm not one of these people that cares about your gaming bona fides. What I care about is if you know who to listen to and are listening to those people when it comes to the products. This was what Jaffe and I have visited many times with Holst, is that you would assume, based on his position, that he is the be-all, end-all tastemaker. And that his decisions have ramifications down first and second party and all the moves that they make. And he should be the guy that Nishino, or the guy in his position, should be the guy that is being listened to about the actual games. And Nishino has a background in services. So, I mean, obviously before he was at PlayStation, he was doing other things, but like in terms of, he was like really at PSN when PSN was starting to blow up and all the rest. So he's not a fool, but there are people like Andrew Wilson and Strauss Zelnick. These guys don't play games, but they know exactly what they're doing. So I don't think that you need, I don't know if that matters that he doesn't have a role.
Bobby Kotick was kind of a gamer, but not really. If you look at, right. I mean, historically,
right.
And you know who was a hardcore fucking gamer that had the bona fides was Phil Spencer.
Right, exactly. I don't think it matters. Like I think that it's nice if you can merge those two things. But you almost don't want to. I think in a way you gotta kind of compartmentalize the creative from the business. And the creative feeds the business, and there is no business without quality creative, but there's all these other things you need to worry about that have nothing to do with that. And so isn't it? That's a long-winded way of saying I don't know if Nishino is the right guy for it. I have no idea, and I don't know if he's the long-term. I don't know how long he's really going to be in his position, considering that they didn't intend on him being there alone anyway. And so I think that the situation has already changed with Holst's demotion. I mean, depending on how things go, I think the situation they're in is difficult because I think that they realize that they're probably not living up to their potential, but the numbers are still kind of good, and you kind of can't make people pay the price for that kind of shit. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I really don't know. Nicholas Pacheco says, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says Colin. It belongs to Sony. No, says Jaffe. It belongs to GeForce Now. I reject those answers. Instead, I choose something different.
What do you choose, buddy?
It's BioShock, of course. I don't know. There's only so much we can say that. Well, I just think that people think we're against them, and I don't know how you're really getting that.
But I don't even know if that's the right quote. You're not entitled to the sweat of your brow, or is it that I'm not entitled to the money that the sweat make? What is he saying?
It's a spoof of Andrew Ryan in BioShock.
Oh, no.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of her brows? No, says blah, blah, blah. It belongs to Washington. No, says this. It belongs to God. Like, that's the whole speech in BioShock. So he's just referencing that.
But what is he trying to say via referencing that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing it.
Yeah. Thanks for your money.
Will Hahn wrote in and said, Jaffe, awesome to see you on here again and love what you contribute to LSM.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I always love coming on the show, either like this or just masturbating and watching it and literally coming on the show.
Colin, Platinum Horizon Forbidden West, loved it.
I get no response from Colin.
Sorry, I just want to get through these.
God.
We love having you on. You're my favorite guest, and the only reason that
No, not that. A response about that. A response about my joke.
Oh, what was the joke? Sorry, I was reading the
No. Fucking forget it. Let's go. Let's move on.
I can't do everything. Will Hahn.
Wait a minute. Avoid. Jaffe does the leftist thing where he pretends he doesn't understand what you're saying. I didn't understand, and Colin didn't understand. Neither one of us understood what he was saying. So fuck off.
I understand what he was referencing. I didn't understand if he was just throwing nouns in there to match up with the nouns, or if he was saying that we were kind of like the Bioshockian Ayn Rand libertarians.
The fact that he would think we're like you, whatever Sony slop puts out, you consume. We're not saying that. Walk away from Sony. Put them out of business. I'm just saying you don't have the numbers. That's all I'm saying. I like physical games too. Jesus fucking Christ, you moron.
Loom Doom says, hey guys, do you have any interest in the upcoming Resident Evil movie directed by Zach Kreger?
Yes.
The trailers have me intrigued. I haven't watched the trailers, but the way they talk about it makes it seem like they understand Resident Evil. I never saw the old Resident Evil movies, so I don't know anything about.
The new one is the trailer that they just dropped at Comic-Con is really good. It's going to nod to Resident Evil. It's going to be about Resident Evil Umbrella Corp, but it's not going to be like the old ones. There's none of the characters, or it looks like its own standalone movie, and it looks really, really good. And Brian Altano did you see the Altano
I can't
thing?
watch it because I heard it's bad, but
it's fun, but it's bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's bad in a way that it's endearingly bad. Like Altano's trying to do like the what you buying, what you selling meme. And the directors there at Comic-Con just like, I don't really know what you're doing.
That's brutal. That's so brutal. Yeah, I heard about it, but I can't watch it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Slayer Giant wrote in, said, hi Colin. Final Fantasy YouTuber Professor Noctis is also contacting his congressman for digital rights. Solid dude, and he's also a professor at University of Alabama. I mean, he's gonna have a lot more pull than I do. I still have not heard back, by the way. Now, when I wrote the letter, well, here's the thing is I wrote the letter and there's a checkbox at the bottom of it and it says, do you want a response or not? Like, because I guess some people just want to say shit and they don't want to hear back, right? Like you're just kind of shouting into the void. But I selected the box. So I want to give them a little time. Maybe they're overwhelmed or whatever, but like I'm going to eventually have to call the office and be like, no, we're going to run this up.
No, it's great. It'll happen and it should happen. It's ridiculous.
I understand that I'm in the 1st District of Virginia and we have no technology like industry here. So like it's going to be very difficult for my congressman to be at all engaged in this. But it is my hope that hopefully he can pass me on or to someone else or give me advice or join some sort of movement or at least have some knowledge of it moving forward. Like I said, like Ro Khanna or one of those people are really the people that need to be doing this.
I wonder because military is so big for gaming, like they're a really big sector, not like in terms of money, but it's an important performative sector that, shipping games to the military and all that stuff. I wonder if there might be value in somehow having their voices heard in this, but I mean, I'm sure it's going to all happen. There's 10 years from now, we'll be looking back and going, remember when they could take our games away. There's no way that's going to stick.
Also, it's interesting. I was just saying, Jaffe, about a Ro Khanna or someone being the guy that would do it or like have to lead the charge, but actually, he would probably be the person that would be against it because his constituents are probably not going to be into it. But I don't know how
Mitch McConnell could.
Mitch McConnell will roll him out.
He's looking real healthy these days,
Weekend at Bernie's sort of sitch.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully, he lives long enough to vote for the SAVE Act, and then he can pass into the great unknown. All right. Christos wrote in and said, 7 games sold 100,000 or more physical, but for AAA releases, physical sales are sizable, 10 to 30%. Which games matter for revenue, the smaller games or AAA? If AAA, then is Circana data less significant? I don't really know if I'm following the argument. So AAA releases, physical sales are sizable, true. Which games matter for revenue, the smaller games or AAA? I mean, AAA games matter for revenue way more. I mean, isn't that obvious?
But 10 to 30%, the thing you have to, so what he's saying, right, is that if you look at the AAA games that sold really well physically, shouldn't that play a bigger role in the decision? And my take on it is sure, but I think they still look at it and go, for every copy of AAA Resident Evil Requiem physical, where you have to give Target 30% and the truckers and the storage and the printing and the disc manufacturing, all of that is going to cost them more compared to what they would make if they kept it. And so out of that 10 to 30%, if they go all digital, you're still going to get probably 20% of those people buying it. You're going to lose 10% maybe of the people who don't buy anything other than digital. And that's nothing compared to what they gain by shutting down the printing, the trucking, Target taking 30%. Mm-hmm. So it matters, but I think they've run the numbers and suggested that it matters more, though, if they go all digital. That's my guess. I don't know. But
well said. Yeah. As far as he has his Circana data less significant, I think people argue about the significance of Circana data. I think that's not my argument. My argument is the significance is subjective. It's about whether it's reliable. That's really the big argument. And that's what we were talking about, that TJ Smash guy making an argument like these numbers are, it's like a whole conspiracy. I was trying to explain about how crazy the conspiracy would be, in that I was thinking about this recently. You have like a consortium of publishers that all subscribe by the hundreds of thousands of dollars to Circana. I don't think people realize that these aren't cheap subscriptions. They're really expensive. We had one at IGN for many years and we stopped because it was literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And that was when it was called NPD. Sony gets it. It's really valuable data to have. You just have to have an enterprise that is willing to bear the brunt of the cost of it. Everyone's games. So all the different companies are subscribers. They see their own games on it. If they would know if their games were right or wrong, but they're right, so they subscribe to it. Like, in other words, it's the self-fulfilling prophecy of like that the companies subscribe to it while their data is ingested, and that basically tells you by implication that the data is accurate. Otherwise, they would be like, no, we have a subscription. Your data's wrong. We know how many copies our game sold. You say it sold this. But
and
it's
as
not
importantly,
right.
we know it's not right, and it's valuable that it's right because we make decisions about the market based on what other games in similar genres have sold. So
it's crazy. It's crazy,
like this or that, or that. Everyone's a goddamn expert, Colin Moriarty.
It's just crazy. It's like, what is the, like, I want one of these people to unravel the conspiracy. What is the conspiracy and who's paying for it?
The Jews.
Oh, that's right.
It's always the Jews with these people. It really is, by the way. A lot of time, it really, half the time it's like, oh, it's some Goyim thing or something. And I'm just like, what? What are you talking about? Sony's a Japanese company. There aren't what is like, Hiroto Feinstein. There's not a lot of Jews over there running Sony, boy.
Hiroto Feinstein.
I mean, what the fuck?
Jez C wrote in and said, I literally wrote an article saying Gears wouldn't move the needle, by the way. I believe you. People like to distort the things that other people say. It's a fairly common trope. Stop writing and spending money. If you have something to say, just let me know and I'll bring it up. You don't have to pay me. Josh Cole says, Target has stopped carrying Xbox. You are right. I think hardware is an afterthought. By the way, you were right about Chronos. Love it. Of course I was. Chronos is so good, dude. What a game. In a Just Universe, that game would have sold 5 million copies. I'm sorry?
Yeah, but they made money, though. They did. They're profitable now.
It's because they're making the games in the Polish doldrums.
Yeah. That's right. It's like, we pay in vodka and warm bedroll.
It certainly comes out in the games. Yeah. In a good way.
It does. It really does.
All right. Usain Bolt says, fine is good, all well is fine. All right.
As far as you know.
Exterminator says they will get around the exclusive single-player thing with Fallout and Elder Scrolls because of creations, microtransactions, making them live service titles. It's interesting. The one thing that people were talking about, did you read that big Fallout letter that they released? Like a few weeks ago, where like Asha obviously held a gun to Todd Howard's head and was like, you guys got to start talking about everything you're doing.
Yeah.
They said that they paid out $10 million to creators so far with the creation stuff. And I'm like, that, and people were like, that doesn't seem like very much. Like if that's what they're hoping for, then that's not a very high leverage thing. Either they're paying these people nothing comparable to the money they're bringing in, or they're making very little money on the creation stuff.
But isn't the language even a little interesting from Sturm 8 or whatever? They will get around the exclusive with Fallout because of creations. There's nothing to get around. It's not a legal thing that it's like, we found a way to get around it, boys. They're either going to put it exclusively on Xbox or they're not. They're the ones who make the decision. It's not like they have to con somebody or find a loophole, right? I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I think he's saying that like they're trying. Matthew Ball, I think, has been saying like they need to make a more cohesive strategy moving forward that people can like predict, because they're just making up the rules as they go along, obviously. And so I think that's what he's speaking to, is like they already said the live service stuff is going to be multi-platform, and so if they don't want to play this game, they can just be like, yeah, these are inherently live service games. I think that's a stretch to call them live service games, especially again if you're making $10 million in creation stuff. That's nothing.
Right, but I mean, the thing is, though, it's like it's so far out that who cares? Like, oh, but you said this, so
yeah, I right.
This isn't a financial call, right? Bethesda said that Redfall was good. Pete Hines stood on stage and said, "This is a great game."
Starfield was considered and called, I think, a permanent exclusive until it wasn't. Now I wish they kept it a permanent exclusive after playing it. Yeah, they could have kept that one, but a lot. Microsoft couldn't even help getting their stench on Starfield, for Christ's sake. I think they need Elder Scrolls to be big, and
and Fallout.
Yeah, and Fallout. I mean, they were clear. Fallout's in pre-production. You're not getting Fallout until the early to mid 2030s, I would say. And that's what I was trying to say. People were so mad. I'm like, they're not saying Fallout is an Xbox game because there literally might not. It is a realistic possibility that there is no Xbox. Yeah, that it's done. It's long done. And then you're asking them to promise it for this thing. Elder Scrolls 6 will be interesting. I wonder what they're going to do. Do you think they'll put it on PlayStation?
No.
Really?
Well, unless they become a publisher. If they're trying to do the hardware thing, no, I don't. But if they're out of hardware, of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I think a lot of it. I think you're right on that, and I think a lot of it will depend on.
Why would you keep making hardware if you're Xbox with the same philosophy that hasn't been working? Why not just be a publisher? I don't understand.
I think there's probably a lot of people asking that very question right now because that was what they were doing. And then
unless they have something like we were talking about, where it's like we're basically putting the Helix in the living room and it's basically Steam and us and anyone, and we don't really care where you buy your shit as long as we get a cut. If you want to buy and give Steam 30% and then we get 10%.
They're not going to, those deals won't exist though. Don't you?
No, I know. I'm saying, but short of that, why would they not make it exclusive at this point? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, I don't know that their heart's really in it. Like,
I see that.
I think that they feel like they need to make some sort of move, and I think they need to buy time. It is impossible for me to imagine, short of this thing being an incredible device that is also vanishingly cheap. Yeah, there will be no hardware turnaround for Xbox. Like there will be no, they're not going to win that game anymore. That's why I feel like, and I think there are people there that understood that, and I think that's what Phil Spencer understood. And it's not where you wanted to be, perhaps, but it is where you are. And I think that they're
if Xbox comes out with Helix, and forget Steam and all that, let's just say it's like old school, the way it's been done, whether there's disc or not. And they say, you want to play Forza, you want to play Gears, you want to play Halo, you want to play Fallout, you want to play, what's the one? Elder Scrolls. That's awesome. Just like if you want to play Last of Us, that's on PlayStation, come to us. I could see that being, why not? I mean, it's working for everybody else.
Yeah, but I think that it is. I don't know. I don't think you can have and this is what I think Sony realized in a way with their PC releases, is like, you can't kind of have your cake and eat it too. It's what I was saying earlier about if you do that and the Helix is this PC hybrid, then you're basically just putting the games on PC.
Yeah, but what if it's not? What if it's just a straight up old school? I don't think
it is though. Like, that's not the way they described it, unless they're going back to the drawing board, and it's not going to be ready for years.
It sounds like they're everything's kind of cooking right now. They're kind of figuring out what ingredients to put in the pot. I don't think they know, like you said.
Yeah, I really think a lot of this has to do with buying time. And I think that a lot of the same people, and people like Jez would know a lot more about this than I do, but they didn't clean house completely. Like there are a lot of people that believed the old thing. And
Yep.
I also believe that the parent company believes the old thing. And I
believes the old thing, meaning the old way.
Yeah, like the old, like they're a software company. They make hardware here and there, but not really, and not in any successful way. I mean, Surface has been probably one of the more successful things they've done, but most of their hardware is irrelevant and dies. I don't think that story that came out a while ago about them looking into spinning the company off is also like impossible.
Yeah.
And I think that if that happens, the hardware stuff's done. Like I think that if they spin off the properties, like no one's going to make the hardware. It's going to be this publishing group of really powerful really powerful brands that they can leverage. People were even freaking out about them. It's funny. Xbox is an internal brand of Microsoft. Like they are not a subsidiary, because people were like, people were freaking out about that. And I'm like, guys, PlayStation's a subsidiary. Like it's a different company than Sony. It's Sony owns it, but it's a step below Sony. My Xbox is internal to Microsoft. They didn't do that with Microsoft. So the first step would be making them into a subsidiary. And if that happens, then I think all bets are off as far as like what their intentions are. And I do wonder if they've had any feelers behind the scenes of people that either want to split them up for pieces or buy the whole thing. And they would make more money if they split it up, I think.
Me Without Mew says it's going to be a stream box. That's the only reasonable answer for Xbox. I don't necessarily believe you, but as a fan of streaming, you know, maybe they and their cloud stuff is getting better all the time, but I guess it's possible. And then maybe they say, okay, if you want Gears, it's streaming exclusively for 6 months, and then we're putting it everywhere else. Because you can sell that box cheap, right? Because you don't need amazing hardware for a stream box. Maybe that is their plan. Who knows?
I don't know. I think the other big thing they have to deal with is Game Pass. And I think Asha probably came in and realized how much it destroyed their ability to sell games, and that they have to unravel it. And that's going to be an interesting thing too, because they train their whole audience to not buy games for so long that they also don't even have a catalog that would tie them. This is the fucked up part of it, is like these people haven't been buying games. So like there's nothing even tying them there. It's like, well, we're taking your subscription away and you don't really own anything anyway. So it's like, well, at that point you're a transient again.
Yeah. Yep.
They are in a dangerous spot. There's like no doubt. The funny thing is that they could just resort to being a publisher and be fine, but they have to just be willing to do it. And I think they're going to fight one more time, but it's not going to work.
Like, I mean, they could keep Game Pass like PSN keeps their thing.
Yeah,
right?
like with your occasional day
it's like
one
we're
game.
moving ahead with normal retail sales, but anything before this date that was on Game Pass that's first party, you know, those are legacy titles. Those will stay. So they just kind of probably deprice it and you don't get as many day ones, but I don't think it would kill it.
No, I don't think it would kill it. It would remove the financial pressure from it an extraordinary amount. But I also think that it's going now into an ecosystem where people are used to not having to buy these games that they will now have to buy. Plus they will have the Game Pass subscription still. So it's going to be a problem.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I would unsubscribe, of course. I don't subscribe to PSN.
I subscribe to PS Plus, the basic one, just for the cloud saving, but I don't do the game catalog thing because I just don't play games like that. Like it's just, I would rather just buy the games and just not have to worry about that. All right. Tuffy J wrote in and said, Jaffe, single player FPS games, especially ones with niche art styles, don't sell well anymore. Clockwork is DOA. I get that
first person shooter.
Yeah, it's like more of an immersive sim, I think, but like I do think I don't know if it's DOA because I think it's going to do well critically and there will be people that like it, but it's definitely not going to be this relevant game. I have a hard time believing that.
Well, I mean, that's like saying Expedition 33 is just as niche as Clockwork. I would disagree that it's got no chance to become a darling of the critics and the consumer. I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care, but I don't think it's this super niche thing like you're suggesting, but we'll see.
One Pump Man says, Jaffe, you missed my super chat from one of your streams 2 months ago. What the fuck, man? Hi, Colin. Do you remember that? I'm sure you remember that.
Yeah, you told me to go fuck myself, and I said, I'm busy fucking your mom right now. But as soon as I'm done with that, no, I don't remember, but I'm sorry about that, One Pump. Genuinely sorry, Em.
Hatham Gruxton wrote in and said, what is it with the 2 sticks on controllers and older people not getting it? It's a shame because I have older family who would enjoy something like Red Dead 2. It is true, man. Like, it's not even older people. It's just people that don't play games. Like, it is a huge hurdle for them.
It is. This is massive. This is a big problem. It's great for us. I don't know if you saw what Netflix did recently. They put out a game with, to their credit, Luna, Netflix, whatever, they are trying to get more people into more traditional games. They have a game now with Sadie Sink, who does the voice. It's all first-person horror. Did you play this thing? Have you seen this?
No.
You take your phone and it's in a hurricane and there's this stalker in the building and you're talking to your friend. So obviously she's sending messages on your phone, but you aim your phone, your flashlight phone, but you don't have to turn on your flashlight at the screen and you have control, right? So the only control is phone buttons and moving your phone around and the image on your TV or monitor changes. So I think that's really neat that at least they're trying to take more narrative-based games that usually would require people being comfortable with the controller and going, we're gonna give you one of those games, but we're gonna simplify the way you engage with it. I don't know how it's doing, but I think it's pretty cool. I mean, the Wii shows that people will play things if you lower that barrier, you know?
I appreciate that Netflix. It's been about 10 years now that they've been trying to do stuff like I think they realize that it's, even though it's not, none of it's really working very well for them. Like they had their games app and they've published a few things and whatever. None of it's really breaking through, but like it's obviously so relevant and one day it's going to be very important to them. And I think they realize that. And I appreciate the shit out of that because it would be easy to be scared off at this point. Like I remember even the, it's gaming. It's not a game, but what they did with Bandersnatch back in the day. I thought that was really cool too. So, it's the antithesis of Amazon, where Amazon's still going on and on about like wringing their hands over the MGM acquisition and 007 and being like, yeah, well, we don't really know what we want to do with James Bond. And it's like, you guys are fucking stupid. You know, you're so stupid.
I would recommend, though, if you're curious about this, you know, not because hardcore gamers give me shit. I'm like, there's room for everybody. And there's a lot of people that could be gaming. But anyway, if you go look at Amazon Luna, because it's not just the big games. They do have games that they're trying to bring people in that would usually feel not welcome. And I don't believe in gatekeeping a medium. I think the more people who are spending money, the more money we have to make new things. And so it may not be for you, but it might be for your mom. It might be for your grandma. So take a look at it. I would recommend it. Just go over there.
The thing about dual analog sticks too, Jaffe, that we were talking about earlier is I try to explain this to my mom. I try to explain this to like people that like are interested, but they're daunted, right? It's like, just learn it once and it'll translate. Like the ability to use the sticks will translate between games and you'll have a better idea. I think they're just...
But you're not giving them a compelling reason. They'll learn to... Old people use iPads like a motherfucker. They're pinching and twisting and flicking and swiping because they want to play Words with Friends. Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, so give them a game that makes them go, I have to play that. But, you know, you're not going to show a 75-year-old, most of them, hopefully I'll be interested, but like Resident Evil 9, and they're like, okay, I'm going to invest the time to learn this shit. Why? You know?
Yeah, I understand that. Troy Branch wrote in, said, I went into a Best Buy to buy a phone recently. It's virtually empty. If you work there, leave. I went to Target's electronics section and it was empty. Not even a TV hanging on the wall. I've seen pictures of Best Buys where they are like just mausoleums, like, you know, old communist. Like you walk in and it's just a huge empty building
concrete
with like one
bunkers and
like one thing in the middle. Depressing. You know?
Yeah, very depressing. It's like the back rooms. That's why the back rooms resonate so much, I think, honestly. So.
One Pump Man says the blackout should be until we get refunds on PlayStation Store, for example, not for just 1 week.
Well, it's different. That's going to be the government. You're not going to get that.
Yeah, the refunds thing, I think they could be better. Like, they need to be more flexible on that. Yeah, it's like there are certain games where it's very easy to do, but like you just have to write to them or whatever. But there should just be an easier automatic. It should be automatic.
It's dumb. I mean, and the fact is, when you look at the competition, I can download a game on Steam, I can play it for 2 hours, and I can return it. And I don't have to give an excuse. I just say, I don't like it. Cool, here's your money back. Now, if you abuse it and do it over and over, they might step in, but I've never had them say no. And it's one of the reasons I love Steam. It's a ridiculous concept. You can buy it and you can download it, but if you run it, you own it. It's like, well, what if it sucks? Well, that's a you problem. No, that's a fuck you problem. I'm going to Steam.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. You can't gift them as well. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Usain Bolt wrote in again, said, live action killed Sony. That can't happen to Marvel, but Marvel died of saturation and Netflix will die of anime. It's simple. You all have bad taste. You're a little too confident in your own taste, right. I think. But yeah, you're right.
No, you're right. You're right.
Stanley Buffington wrote and said, Jaffe will be a massive success. Glad they decided to take a risk with the God of War franchise. I think it'll do great. I don't know what their expectations are for it, but it will definitely sell millions of copies. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
I think it will be probably poorly reviewed, not poorly like a 2, but it's going to be like a 7.5. And I think it will underperform. I don't think there's anything there that most people actually want, but I could be wrong and I'm biased. So take that with a grain of salt.
Dr. John Stamos, MD, says, apologies if this is a repeat. Xbox Live is down 14 plus hours now. Could Microsoft and Sony be poking the wrong autistic bears, leaving a target on their backs? Perhaps, but I mean, obviously they don't want the networks to go down. If your network is down for 14 hours, something's wrong. I mean, like, should they be better prepared? I'm a little more forgiving with these random outages where I'm like, I don't know, man, it's complicated. It sucks. I hate it, but it's not the end of the world. So I'm maybe a little more forgiving on that. Maybe it's because I'm from PlayStation land and this happens all the time. All right. Pedro Garcia says, Colin and Jaffe, hope you're doing well. I'm a lot of the veteran mode campaigns for Call of Duty. I think he's saying I'm playing. I'm earning trophies left and right. What's your favorite and most disliked Call of Duty? Mine is the 2007 Call of Duty Call of Duty
Warfare?
Modern Warfare. I think it's MF, isn't it? Modern MW? Call of Duty WF? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know enough anymore. Like, I stopped playing Call of Duty 10 years ago, maybe a little less than that. So they all mix up. I'd have to go through and really play them again to remember like which ones I liked. I remember loving like Call of Duty 4. I really like all the campaigns I played. I really had no problem with any of them.
I mean, if you're talking about campaigns, like I love Call of Duty. I could not stand this year's Call of Duty. The campaign was awful and the multiplayer was awful. And I stopped playing it after 2 weeks. That's coming off of 4 years where I was obsessed in playing Call of Duty 2 or 3 times a day. And I cannot wait for the new Call of Duty because I'm ready to have a competent Call of Duty again. Campaign wise though, they all blend together. Honestly, they're all just like, I don't know. I can think of missions. Like there was the one where you were in the helicopter chasing people on the freeway, and then the helicopter got shot and you were hanging upside down by your ankle and the helicopter was still flying and you were having to shoot cars coming at you upside down. That, whatever that one was, had a bunch of really good missions in it, but I don't remember.
I have a vague memory of like fighting in front of the White House or something in one of them. Must have been Modern Warfare.
That may have been when you were just at the January 7th.
Yeah, that's when I was at January 6th.
Supporting your boys. Yeah, the 6th. So.
Nicholas Renaud wrote in and said, I'm all for digital PS6 in future. Is it fair to ask for an overhaul of the PSN and UX? Or is it most likely Sony will just reuse the same screens? I assume that the PSN itself is a different beast because it's multi-console, but the UX I'm sure will be different. They were really interested. Fair, yeah. Remember with like PSP, PS3, and Bravia, they were trying to make like a similar thing. Like they were trying to make the cross media bar work between all of them, and they kind of abandoned that like idea of a shared OS a long time ago. That basically happened when they did the bubbles with Vita and stuff. You can tell that they were just totally abandoning this idea of having it all speak to each other. So I'm sure you'll get something new. I think the user experience on PS5 is really good, though, in my opinion. I think it works great.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to go voice for most of it now. Voice. I mean, you're going to have visual, of course, but you know, the ability to just say, show me the new games in the store. You know, it's so voice recognition and AI is so good now for stuff like that I don't think it's going to be anywhere near the problem that it has been, regardless of what the design is.
Rashad wrote into us, Jaffe. Rashad 5000I says, in this digital age and constant attacks on networks, name the network that has 100% uptime. Yeah, that's my whole thing. It's like they don't really. It's what I was saying earlier. You kind of read my mind, actually, Rashad. Where it's like you want to have consistency. You want to be balanced. You want to be approachable for your audience and all of that. But these things happen, unfortunately. It sucks every so often. It happens too much. I will say that. Corey Latimer says, Colin, didn't you even pirate back on PS1 with the gold disc? You admit you're lame too. Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen? Thank you for writing.
Look at his little avatar, all smug, like he thinks he's fucking Pedro Pascal. Sit down, bitch.
You're not Pedro Pascal. Yeah. You're not that guy. Come on, man. Ilhastega wrote in and said, calling out Colin live. What is the calling out Colin live? C clicked my dono 2 weeks ago and forgot. It was about getting abuse online for dissenting opinions regarding digital games and advice on dealing with it. Only joking, love you too. If I did that, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. Appreciate you writing back in. I'm used to being abused online, so perhaps I'm the wrong person to ask about this. I did note this the other day that in my conversation with Lockmore, actually, that like I don't know, I can't speak for Jaffe, but like the things people say about me online 90% of the time don't bother me because it's the same shit over and over again. I'm stupid. Right. I'm a fanboy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm an asshole. Like blah 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 blah. The only things that bother me are the things that intentionally misrepresent me. That's the stuff that bothers me. Otherwise, you can say whatever you want. It doesn't bother me.
I mean, that bothers me, but most stuff doesn't bother me because it's not true. But when something comes through that is true, and there was a comment I got this weekend, and that was maybe one of the reasons that it convinced me to stop being so available for two-way conversations on Twitter and limiting it only to YouTube or my Discord, is somebody I forget the gist of everything else, but the phrase that stood out to me, it's like, it seems like you have such disdain for your audience, Jaffe. And I that hit me, and I was noodling over this, and I was like, I do, right? Not for all of my audience, of course, but I'm like, the number of people like this guy who wrote in where you're like, were you not listening? Right? There's a point where I've gone, that guy's right. There are people that I engage with, especially on Twitter, where I'm like, whether you are a bot or you are genuine or you are just a fucking moron, that I don't have respect for you. And I'm trying to cut these people out of my life because it's exhausting to talk to them because you're not going to get through to them. Right? So that criticism I was actually grateful for, because it made me stop and go, why is that affecting me? I'm like, oh, because he's right. I don't want to admit it, but he's fucking right. And, you know.
Yeah. I don't even know what anyone's doing. I think the people that like listen to or consume the content mostly don't say anything. And they're kind of the people that you're connecting with. They're just a number. Unfortunately, just in quotes, a number. I feel for those that are trying to learn or like get a better idea of things, but there are people just so stuck in their misinformation and their disinformation and just not understanding anything. And there's just such a foolishness around all of it that you can only give it so much energy. That's why, like, again, people, Colin's a fucking stupid pothead and stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't bother me. It's like, whatever. But like you earnestly listening to what I'm saying and then just totally misrepresenting it, that's the shit that gets under my skin. And it's like the stupid pot. I've said this before. It's like Colin's such a stupid pot. It doesn't know anything. And I'm like, man, if that's true, then if I'm so stupid and I'm so inept and all the rest of that, like, what does that say about you?
You're listening to me.
You know, like I got here and I'm all of that. You must be really far behind.
Yeah.
Like imagine what I could have done. Imagine the things I could have accomplished if I wasn't a pothead.
Oh, I know.
So I always think about that stuff. Where it's
what do you think of what do you think of this based on what you're saying? Not the pot part, but the Gil Duran says plenty of people in this chat cannot listen properly and think you both want physical games to die and are celebrating with Sony. right? The fact is that is going to be the takeaway for a number of people listening to this. And if you are one of them, God have mercy on your soul because you're dumb. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean it like, please don't vote way.
Well, it's what I said this about, we brought up that Smash guy before. It's like, that was an encounter I had where I'm like, you really are stupid. It's because I think some people play the part. I think some people just don't understand things. You got to massage things a little bit. But there are people out there that are like, you're just stupid. Like, you don't even get anything. You don't get it. Like, you can't explain anything, you know?
And it's not like Ernest, the guy who played Ernest. Remember him?
Right. Of course.
He was really smart, but he played a character that was stupid. That's not what we're dealing with here. They're really just, stupid.
Yeah, it's a weird one to me. So like, I think most people in the audience aren't like that. I think they just don't say anything. I think ignorance knows no bounds. Like, the people that are like, have you ever known in your life? Of course you have the stupidest, loudest people. Like, of course. And also people that think they're smart but are stupid. I knew plenty of those in college. It's
we
like
have one in the White House.
Yeah. Well, we've had many of them in the White House, I would say.
We have. Yeah.
X-Pacer wrote in and said, Jaffe, do you remember an interview on God of War 3 when drunk Jeff Reese blurts out a generic PR line and you responded, I don't know what the fuck you just said?
That was God of War 2, maybe. But yes, I do. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was 3. I absolutely, it was at the Playboy Mansion, actually, is where that was. No joke. Yeah, I remember it. It's fun.
The Dynasty Warrior 13 says, do you think Bungie will survive its current woes? Marathon numbers seem too low and any future projects are several years away seems unlikely to me. I've said this, Chris and I have talked about this extensively, where my whole thought on this, Jaffe, is they have to make a decision. Sony has to say either we're going to commit hundreds of millions of dollars in years to you guys. Obviously, you're going to have to pare down to 400 or 500 at the most. And we're going to make Destiny 3, or we're going to make something, or you shut them down. Like, those are the only two choices you have. These guys can't hobble on like this.
I mean, what are the other choices that are being given though? I mean, I'm assuming
they've said that they have. Well, let's back up. They took Gummy Bears away from them and spun out a team at Sony. So that was their one other project. Destiny 3 is not happening, at least not now. And Marathon's the only other thing they have going, and then now they're trying
which
to
is not going to last.
Right. I think that's fairly obvious. Which is too bad because it's supposed to be good, and that's just a shame. It's just competitive out there. So the choices I don't know what choices they're being presented with, but you would imagine you would at Sony say like, listen, these guys are in fucking Bellevue. We can't use them as like a support studio. So that's not because you could say like, oh, we can just distribute them amongst a bunch of first party games. It's like, that would be insane. So that's not an option because they're all expensive. So then the only other options are like, you either get rid of the studio or you invest in them to make something that they can probably make, but it's going to require money from you. And this is the sunk cost fallacy that Sony can potentially approach, is like, you're never going to make your money back. The idea now is, do you just want to cut your losses and get out of this? And I think if I were getting what I would want, it's not what I want. From my perspective, I think you should shut Bungie down. If this thing isn't going to work, just
because how much of the institutionalized magic is still there anyway, right? I mean,
yeah, most of those guys are gone. They've all been vested, so a lot of those guys are bailing. Even the people that were vested but staying, like the director Joe Ziegler or whatever, he's out. So it's like, it's a ship of Theseus, and you should have never bought it. So just own the fucking folly of it and shut it down. Eat it on your taxes. You'll get some of the money back, which is nice, and then just move on. I think that's what you do.
Somebody in the chat, Max, says selling to Microsoft. Yeah. it's like the Trojan horse with put them in a big Trojan horse and have Asha bring it into the studio, and suddenly they own Bungie is their problem. But what I will say about, and again, I don't know if Xbox has a future at all in its current configuration or any hardware configuration, but what I will say, I really liked that it seems, as an outsider looking in, that Asha did with Bethesda is what we were talking about earlier. And that's what should be happening at Sony. And maybe it is, maybe it's not. But these guys, and I say this as a former creative at Sony who used to actually, I always got along with marketing. I always welcomed their input as long as it was, respectfully given, just like they welcome my input for the ad campaigns that we would do. We were very, this guy mentioned Jeff Reese. I was always very buddy with my marketing guys and girls because I valued what they brought, But when Asha goes to them and says, look, this is what you do well, and this is what makes us money. We want you to be creative. We want you to be super crazy artist, but this is not, a college art class. We need you to make entertainment products too. I think Sony misses that. I think if to go into Sony with Bungie, assuming they still had the magic, maybe they just needed somebody else who would say, you can't make a game like Marathon. It's too hardcore, look at something as inexpensive as Arc Raiders, which was and remains a very successful game. There's no reason Bungie couldn't have made that and made it more polished. It's friendly, it's accessible. What the fuck are they thinking? Where are the people telling them no? That's the thing that bothers me about current Sony. And that's why I push back on Laufey a lot, because I'm like, I don't care if you make a goddamn God. I mean, think about it. You can make God of War all you want that doesn't have Kratos, but Jesus fucking Christ, could you make Laufey a character that you're like, fuck, she's awesome? Right? Give her a, when the toy companies made, these toys, it's like, well, what's its cool feature? It's the Kung Fu grip, or you can look through and he has a bionic eye, something. She's just this lady wearing some rag. There's nothing fun. There's nothing about that design that makes you go, I want to be her.
She looks like homeless. She looks like a homeless woman.
She looks like a homeless woman. Yeah. But you, right. But you look at Tomb Raider, the new Tomb Raider, even though I know Lara Croft is an icon, but I'm like, that game looks fun.
Yeah, it does.
So I don't know what they're fucking thinking. Fuck you. Laufey is awesome. Why? Why is she awesome? I'm not saying you're wrong, but explain to me what makes her awesome as a piece of character design. She's just some average looking blonde lady, and she looks like Cinderella when she had to stay home and she couldn't go to the ball before the fairy godmother showed up.
Laufey drives a Subaru. Yeah, potentially. We drive a Subaru. All right, final inquiry. King Tom wrote in and said, Colin, does a head coach mode returning to Madden have you intrigued at all? Might be the only way to revive the Jets. I didn't know that came back to... I loved when they did the spin-off. It was on PS2, the head coach game, which was super cool. It was all just being... You couldn't play the games like you were just the coach. And I loved that. Yeah, more simulation style stuff like that is much more intriguing to me. I like spreadsheet games even more than that, though. So I would... Madden always tempts me. But I actually think Madden would... It's ironic because it's obviously not true with most of the audience, but Madden would work better if it came out in like the spring for me. Because everyone's reporting to camp now and the season's right around the corner, and there's now going to be games, beginning this Sunday, preseason games. So I'm already in it. I'm not missing it. And so I don't need a supplement to football. I really need it in like the spring. And so maybe I got to like pay more attention to it at that point, because it's just there's just no way.
Did you play? I know Micah did. Did you play Unicorn Overlord?
No, I didn't actually did play it. I did not play that. No.
One of the things that was really, and I didn't know if it would work or not, but it reminds me of this when you're talking about coach mode. You are not, all you're doing is setting up the characters per battle, what they have, where they stand. It's very spreadsheety. It doesn't feel spreadsheety, and then you just let them go into battle. Right. I mean, that sounds kind of like
that sounds cool. Yeah. I'm into it. That's Vanillaware, right?
Yeah, but I just wondered if you could do that with football.
Yeah, like coach mode. What I remember about it is you would like call the plays and set up the roster and all the rest, and then it would just be all kind of algorithmic from there. So it's cool. I like that. Some of the biggest sports games on PC, especially, are literal spreadsheet games. And I think those games are like Football Manager and stuff. People love it.
Yep.
Pretty cool stuff.
Did you see the teaser for Madden, the movie with Nick Cage? He looks great. I mean, he looks like John Madden.
I was like Madden. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah, it does look good. Yeah, it does. It does. I was like Madden. I was thinking of the games, not John Madden.
Oh yeah.
I was like, they're making a Madden movie.
Yeah.
And then, now I understand what you mean. I wouldn't be surprised with that leverage buyout. They're going to need to find all sorts of money. I mean, that was the thing. People were freaking out about college football. I don't know if you saw that. That was like a big story.
Yeah.
And
some of the colleges pulled out, right? They said, we're not going to be part of this.
Yeah. And EA kind of reversed course, but they basically made it massage and said, like, we're going to come back and like be more communicative next time. And it's like, yeah, you haven't seen anything yet. These guys owe so much money to their creditors, man. It's fucking crazy how much money EA owns.
Can you imagine the Madden movie popcorn bucket, though? It's going to just be like, you like pull open John Madden's stomach and you pull the popcorn out and he like has like 4 or 5 little sound bites, catchphrases he does.
Should be like a
He's awesome.
telestrator or something. That was always his big thing.
Oh yeah. I love the popcorn buckets, baby. Have you seen the Odyssey yet?
No, I'm probably not gonna see it.
Why are you not going to see that? I thought you liked history.
Yeah, I don't like ancient history really, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm like way behind on my Nolan movies. I have no interest in that movie, to be honest.
All right.
So
You
it
see
has
Young
nothing to do with
Washington?
any of the drama around it. I just don't care.
What about Young Washington? That did really well.
Someone had, was that something Micah was talking about recently with that? No, that was something else. No, that was something else entirely. Micah was recommending to me this BBC show Poldark.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
It's like about a Revolutionary War soldier, like a British soldier that goes home from Britain or whatever. And it's supposed to be like because I like my period pieces. Yeah, I'm on all of my multimedia. I'm far behind.
All right, I just got to tell you something real quick. There's this game I played. They put out a 4th of July American Revolution version. I think it's called, I'm opening up Steam. I think it's called Hold Fast. And they basically, have you seen this?
I don't know.
It's like 150 online battle, right? And so usually they'll do all kinds of historical wars, Napoleonic wars, this, that, and the other. But they finally did their American Revolution version. And what's great about it, it's called Hold Fast Nations at War.
Yeah, I'm on the Steam page now.
Yeah. And what's great is it presents as very real, but it's so the fans don't take it serious. So they're running around playing Leonard Skinner and they're like, it's total trolly. But it's still in this presented as historically accurate wrapper. It is so fucking fun and stupid that, people are, I'll sit down sometimes and the commander will come over because some people take it serious and they're LARPing and shit. It's like, what are you doing sitting here, soldier? I'm like, I don't feel good today. I'd like to sit and think about Britain and the Beatles. And it's just people fuck. It's great. It's fucking great.
It looks cool. I'm looking at videos now. Yeah, Anvil Game Studios is the studio behind it. And that's their thing. I'm on their page now. It seems like this is their shit.
Oh.
All right, Jaffe. It's time to go. We've been going for...
We did all the chats?
That's all of it. Yeah, 4 hours.
All right.
It was fun. It was good to see you as always. I hope you have a good week.
Yeah. I plan on it. I hope you guys do as well. Anything going on? What's happening this week? Just stuff, just normal life.
Halo comes out tomorrow. I'll be playing that.
Yeah. I hear it's just I'm still playing Black Flag. I'm down with that. I don't need to play Halo.
I was impressed. I was on PSN profiles looking at people's Halo Platinums because the game is in early access if you pre-order it and pay the little stipend or whatever. And so many people have the Platinum already, and I'm like, damn, dude, like you have to do like apparently a lasso run, like the really, really crazy skull run where like the game is impossible. Like I have no idea how people are. I was looking at what you have to do and like how you have to beat it, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this.
It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, so I was like, wow. People really
so
know
many
the
people
game.
have it.
Yeah, people know the game
that must
really
be
well,
why.
probably.
Yeah.
But
all right. Well, cool. I'm sure there's some indie shit I'll play. But anyway, no. Thanks for having me as always, fellas. Thanks for watching. When you're not watching Last Stand Media, come to David Jaffe Games on YouTube. I'll treat you right if you're not a fucking moron. If you are a fucking moron, that's cool. We'll have a conversation in the chat. Maybe. I love you. Wink.
Good to see you, Jaffe, as always. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access to all that stuff. Laststandmedia.store. Goodbye. See you next week.